everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ah, ah. Welcome to our, as always, JR here. Uh, Welcome to our continuing trip through the Life is Strange franchise here. In our last video, we started the Life is Strange Heatwaves novel, more specifically, the audiobook to the novel that is read by the lovely Erica Mori, who voices one of our favorites, Alex Chen here. So, so little bit of a refresher. Um, this book is taking place in the ending of the game where you romance Steph. So Steph is together with Alex, and they both decide to leave Haven Springs. So they both leave together to start their girl band, their girl band duo. Um, so this is a sequel to that little scenario. So pretty much they went on the road to start gaining a reputation for their band, for their stuff. So they while they're traveling to their next show, um which I believe they said they have 3 days before they for them to get there. Um so on their way to their next show, as they're driving, because they're like driving across the country for their shows. So as they're driving, Alex unfortunately forgot to check the oil of the car. So the car breaks down. And then they pretty much huff it to the nearest nearby town, which happens to be Barbazal, which the town is in the middle of this drought situation where they're rationing water, and there's an election going on. I believe specifically it's a Senate election, I believe. So they're pretty much trying to get the car fixed. They end up staying with Ethan's uncle, Owen. So they end up staying at his place because they got nowhere else really to stay. Um, and they meet a couple of people. Specifically, they meet the mayor of the town, and they also end up meeting a couple of his daughters, his 12 daughters, which is a ridiculous amount for one woman to be popping out that many kids. Uh, and miraculously, all of them are girls. So, so the odds of that happening 12 consecutive times is crazy. But we end up, hey Napoleon, how's it going? Just doing a little recap of the last video. So in any case, hope you're doing well, Napoleon. Um, so with that being said, we end up meeting specifically for this story two of his 12 daughters, because only two of his daughters really have any bearing on the entire story to begin with. So we meet Opal and Clover, which Clover is kind of a kind of a hard ass. She's kind of moody and stuff. Granted, she does have plenty of reasons to be kind of moody, and then we'll learn more about her as we go on. And we also met Opal, who has some suicidal tendencies, which obviously there's a much deeper story as to why she does that. Um, which her latest suicide attempt did happen with Steph and Alex there, right after they met her. Um, which specifically they meet her to go get some parts to fix the car. But that ended up happening instead. Get a little ambulance to help her out. She's fine. As all that's going on, we meet Clover. Clover's not really having any of the bullshit. And Alex and Steph end up getting going with Clover to get the part they need. And at the same time, Alex figures a little bit of something something as to what's going on by reading Clover's emotions and things like that. And Clover ends up having them go to meet what's his name? Jonah, the guy that is running for Senate, the main guy. Like there is an opposing lady that he's running against, but she's not really a big factor within the story. The main concern is Jonah because Jonah has connections to Clover specifically because there was at one point a item, so clearly there's a deeper story in there. But that's pretty much where we are now, with Alex and Steph going to meet him finally to actually talk to the guy to try to find out what's going on with the whole to try to help out the town and stuff while they're all stuck there. While Alex and Steph are stuck in town. Um but yeah, so that's where we're at. So we are going to hop on over. Bam. And okay, here we go. All right. So let's move this over. Come on. Yep. Where is? There it is. Boom. Alrighty. So let's. All right, Erica. Let's get this show on the road, shall we?
11. Into the woods. Run through the woods until you find the old stump, she said. You can't miss it, she said. I've walked almost a mile, I'm sure, and I don't see a goddamn stump. I walk on, knowing that if I try to turn around or something, I'm going to end up even more lost out here. I pull out my phone to text Steph and let her know I'm all right, since I've been gone way longer than I expected. 5:15 a.m. Shit. It's been an hour already. I hope it takes Jonah at least 15 minutes to run to the lake.
Okay, so Alex is just doing it. Okay, so Alex is going to meet the guy on her own. Okay. That could probably be maybe a good thing or a bad thing. So, especially doing it alone in the woods. Hey, thank you, Napoleon, for the streak. Thank you for the streak. Thank you for the streak. Always appreciated.
And I have no cell reception. Fantastic. Stupid cell phone, stupid stump. Oof.
Alex, what did you expect to have cell phone reception in the middle of the woods? Like, come on, girl. Be a little realistic now.
My foot catches on something, and I go hurtling forward, slamming into the ground so hard my glasses fly off and land in the grass.
Oh my god, her glasses finally fell off her face. Jesus. uh, it took long enough for that to happen. Shit, throughout all of the stuff that Alex goes through in True Colors, those glasses never once fell off her face, got cracked, got hurt, got nothing. Jesus. Hey, no problem, Napoleon, no problem. I know how you know, you can't really stream at a time that is convenient for everybody. Everybody has their own schedules and stuff and their own time, free time and all that stuff. So no worries, no worries. That's why we got the VODs, so anyone can catch up on YouTube and whatnot at any point because they're all up on there. So that's why they're there for. If anyone isn't able to catch the stream or catch any part of the stream or whatnot, the VODs are always there to catch up on everything.
My chest feels tight, and that fall made me dizzier than I thought it could. I erupt in coughs. I've knocked the wind out of myself. I push myself up, and my hands come away from the ground or floor, whatever hard thing I'm standing on. Sticky. Oh, yuck, I whine, wiping my hands furiously against my pants. But the stickiness only dries and gets tacky. Ugh. I need soap and water.
Hey, no problem, Napoleon, no problem. That's nice. You know, just play the video during workday and just pass the day by while you're doing other stuff. That's pretty much what I do. Uh, what I do myself too. Sometimes I just put on a stream, have it be playing in the background while I'm doing some stuff. Like, hey, uh, whatever works, right? uh, plus, whatever makes the long work day move a little more faster and enjoyable, right?
I take a few steps back and look down, kick away some leaves, and realize I've found the stump. I grab my glasses and slide them on. And yeah, Clover was right. If there weren't so many leaves on the ground, I would have noticed. This stump is a good 5 feet by 5 feet. It's huge. Holy shit. I wonder how old this thing is. I mean, I would count the rings if I had the time, which I don't. So I force myself to keep walking, tear my eyes from this magical old thing. Feels like the elder of the woods, honestly, and turn left to look for the clothesline. It's a much shorter walk. There's a colorful string of flags tied about 50 feet across through the trees, and I follow it until I spot a cluster of white trees with flaky dark brown bark and branches missing all the way up and down the trunk, almond shaped. They look like eyes. These must be the birch trees. Now I'm getting somewhere. Follow the birches until you find the lake. Turn right and follow the footpath. The sun is just starting to rise in the distance, orange filling up the sky where blue once was, making for a kaleidoscopic sunrise of reds, purples, and blues. And I wonder to myself, is this the Earth's way of saying she's got mixed feelings about us humans? Or how we've treated her? It sounds so corny in my head, but what if with every sunrise, the Earth is telling us that she's deeply, deeply hurt by us? Wish that logic would work on Jonah. I take a deep breath and sigh as I reach the last of the birch trees, and my feet find loose, rocky gravel. I turn right and follow the footpath, keeping my eyes moving for the old bench where I'm supposed to meet him. I wonder how long he's been meeting Clover out here, and how often. Whenever he's in town, I guess. And given his job, that's probably not very often. Why keep it a secret anyway? I hear footsteps behind me, and I whip around to see very little in the dark. Hello? I ask into the early morning. Jonah? More footsteps, and I gasp as a black shadow emerges from the trees, the size of a small dog, and I realize, with its feet going thump thump ksh, thump thump ksh, it's only a nutria. It thump thump cushes its way across the footpath and slips into the lake as quietly as a snake, and I smile. So there's wildlife out here after all. But the water is a good 10 feet down the embankment. Rings of dried silt line the walls, reveal the declining water level. This lake used to be twice as full of water, I realize, and my heart sinks. I walk on. The bench looks exactly as promised. Old, and like a bench. It's so decrepit looking, I'm worried if I sit down it'll disintegrate into dust under my ass. But I test it out, lowering myself as carefully as possible, and although it's been here a long while, beaten to death by the environment, much like the town of Barbazal, it's still standing. I feel the morning breeze roll through and prickle my skin, and I look out at the lake, which is bigger than I expected for a town going through a drought. I wonder what the environmental provisions are around this water. Is it clean enough to filter and drink? Is it being used for something? Are people siphoning it off to water their crops? Is that legal? Will there come a time when people decide they don't care about the law if it means going without a resource so precious? I sigh and hope Clover was right. I hope Jonah takes his 5 a.m. run. I look down at my phone clock. 5:25. I hope I'm not too late. I look around and realize just how alone I am out here, and I smile. It feels good, almost. Silence, besides the chirping of the crickets and, now that I really stop and listen, the occasional croak of frogs. This place feels more like Haven Springs than I realized, and I find myself yearning for music, my fingers itching to pick the strings of my guitar. Something about being alone, especially by water, spurs me on to create. The ocean, a river or stream, this lake. I wonder what it's called. Given the name of the Crown Inn and the plate and skate, it's probably got some cheesy name like It's a Boat Time Lake, or worse. I sigh again. Maybe I don't have my guitar, but I have my voice, so I hum. Drive into the middle of nowhere with peaches on my plate, and I think of Steph, and I wonder what she's doing right now. Her words flood my head until I can think of nothing else. The last time you went to see a man in the woods, you fell down a mine shaft. I really, really hope this is a good idea.
Really, Alex, with the whole The last time you met a man in the woods, you ended up getting shot. Well, grazed across the head and falling down a mine shaft. Let's not have history repeat itself, okay? Let's not.
Is that the mooring shores? Comes a voice from behind me, driving a spike straight through my train of thought. I whip around so fast my neck clicks, and I wonder if I've literally just broken it. Ugh, I groan, rubbing the pain out of my collarbone area and studying the source of the voice. Jonah stands there, in electric blue basketball shorts and a gray t-shirt, hands in his pockets, fitness watch around his wrist, and a big smile on his face. But it's not that fake smile he was wearing at the parade, the one I've seen on TV. He's smiling at me like we know each other, like we're friends or something. Don't be mad, I say, but it comes out more like a question. I rise to my feet and tuck my hands behind my back, willing myself to wait until that color blooms over his head and his back is turned before I start digging into his brain. Clover must have sent you. He finishes the sentence for me, stepping forward and sliding onto the old bench beside where I'm standing. So this must be important. He smiles up at me warmly, and now that he's sitting so close to me, I can see the red flush in his cheeks. Oh, he says, and checks his watch like he might have forgotten something. I watch as he clicks an app. 3 little dots light up along the bottom, and a big green 0 pops up in the middle. Oh, wow, he says, looking up at me in surprise. So you're not paparazzi? How'd you know? I ask. Well, for one, Clover wouldn't tell you about my secret run if you were. But for two, you don't have any recording devices going. Your app told you that? Can't be too careful, he shrugs. Damn, I can't imagine leading a life so public that protecting your privacy requires device scanning apps to tell you if what you're saying is safe. Well then, he begins, with a big sigh, clasping his hands in his lap and looking out over the lake. Why are you here? Actually, let's start with names. I'm Jonah Macon. He reaches out for a handshake. I smile. This guy is actually pretty handsome when he's not all buttoned up and Ken dollified for the cameras. Handsome in a real-life person kind of way. Alex Chen, I say, taking his hand and shaking it. Lovely to meet you, Alex. How can I help you? Oh, God. Where to even begin? What the hell is up with this drought? What the hell is up with this dam? What the hell is up with your secret relationship with Clover? What the hell is up with you and Elias? What the hell is up with eating chocolate chip pancakes and pickles in the morning? In the end, I start at the beginning. My friend and I, there I go again with the word friend. My girlfriend and I, God, that sounds perfect. Focus, Alex. This isn't about you and Steph. It's about Jonah and Barbazal. We were on our way to Fort Collins for a show tonight. Oh, what do you play? He asks, intrigued. Guitar, I say. Ukulele myself, he says with a grin. Please, continue. We broke down outside of town and ended up at Elias's shop, I explain. And there's the first bloom. Blue. So Elias and Jonah make each other soul-crushingly sad. Why? What's their history? Bet he wasn't in too great of a mood since I'm back in town. Yeah, I admit, wanting so badly to ask more. And then I decide, hell, the rest of the story can wait. What's up with him anyway? Let's just say, he says, some people don't like change. Like, really don't like it. What kind of change? I ask. The kind that helps everyone, he says, smiling at me sadly. Oh, we're being vague now, are we? Like the dam? I ask, cutting directly to the chase. Something changes in Jonah's eyes at that question, and that blue aura fades into indigo, and then into a brilliant royal purple. The dam makes him nervous. A wave of disorientation comes over me. The floor sways below my feet, and swirls of dizzying magenta stars float around my head, bouncing in the air, and I hear a deep, looming cackle. I know this feeling well. Jonah's not just nervous. He has full-blown anxiety. He's terrified. Well, yes, like the dam, he says, opening and clasping his hands earnestly. I want to do the right thing by all of Colorado. And that's hard, because technological advancements like hydropower and wind power, you know, things that will really help the environment, they make people nervous. He's baiting me to ask the obvious question, why? But I'm not going to do that. You don't get through to someone's sharpest emotions by asking the questions they expect you to ask. You get through to them by shocking them into it. Is Clover nervous about the dam? He doesn't look at me. He keeps his eyes down, glued to his own hands, which he clenches together just a little bit tighter, and that purple glow remains. Clover, he begins. There's weight to her name in his mouth. I can tell she means everything to him, and I wonder what could possibly keep them apart. Clover is concerned that if the dam remains, it'll hurt Barbzal's farming community. I cock an eyebrow, letting the silence do the talking for me. That's horseshit, and Jonah knows it. Clover doesn't care about Barbazal's farming community nearly as much as Opal does, because once the farming community goes under, Barbazal goes under, and without Barbazal, Opal doesn't know who she is. I watch the dancing stars, that cackle welling up again in my ears. Something else about Clover and the dam is making Jonah scared out of his mind. Why does Clover care about Barbazal's farming community? The purple aura disappears. I fucking knew it. His face relaxes at that question, and I realize I've asked him something easily addressed with a diplomatic, tied up in a neat little bow answer. His specialty. Clover loves this place, he explains, his voice earnest. She was born and raised here like me. We went to grade school together. Of course, we both care deeply about this place. She has 11 sisters who live here, and I have. He cuts himself off, and he's quick to recover, but I catch it. Friends. A handful of friends from my childhood. Uh-huh. You don't have friends in Denver? I ask. Those bigwig donors who would pay anything to give him a seat at the Senate table. Oh, they're not the same, you know, he says, coolly dismissing my answer, but I give him a nod, inviting him to go on. Clover cares about the farmers here for the same reason we all do, he says, pushing himself up off the bench and taking a step forward towards the lake. We don't want to give up this place. I don't want to give up this place. This is my home. That's why I'm back, fighting to keep it as great as it always was. That purple aura is still gone, and I know exactly why. That was the most canned answer I've heard in a while. God, he's reminding me of Diane from Typhon. I'd be surprised if it wasn't written on his campaign website word for word. He's comfortable again. Then why are you routing water away from Barbazal? That aura is back, but this time it's red, blazing and angry as the sunrise. I reach in. And suddenly, I'm standing outside under the midday sun. It's blazing hot, hotter than it was even on that first day when Steph and I were lugging our gear miles to Barbazal. I look down, and my feet are nestled in gravel, and I hear a car engine rev somewhere behind me. I whip around to find I'm standing in front of Elias's shop? What? This is the last place I expected to end up, but then I hear my question repeated word for word from a familiar voice. Why are you routing water away from Barbazal? Hisses Silas. A Silas far different from the cheery one who met Steph and me with the most southern hospitality one can expect. Whoa, I think. I thought Silas and Jonah were cool, but I guess not as cool as I thought. Why do you care? Comes Jonah's voice. His real voice. Lower and angry. Bitter. So bitter. Another 6 months and you'll be out of here anyway. Off to do whatever it is they do in Minnesota. And you whisked off to Denver the minute you got the chance? What's so different? At least I stayed past high school. Sellout. Don't you dare call me that, barks Jonah. I've worked my ass off for this place, fighting for our rights in courthouses and council meetings. You should be grateful. Grateful, exclaims Silas with a sad chuckle. He steps out from inside the garage, nestling his cowboy hat snugly on top of his balding head, and walks back to his truck without another word. When your fancy little dam dries this place up, you'll be fighting for the rights of a ghost town. Jonah stands at the entrance of the garage with his arms folded defiantly over his chest. He and Silas may be around the same age, but Silas looks like he's been working out in the sun for decades, and Jonah, well, he looks like Jonah. And I'm back at the lake. I'm not, Jonah says to me, pausing to think through how to answer my question. I'm not rerouting the water, per se. Aren't you? The dam holds up the water where the Colorado River branches off toward Barbazal, right? Doesn't that mean more water for Denver and less for Barbazal? Not quite, he says. There's a bite to his voice that wasn't there 20 seconds ago. And he turns and looks at me with the same darkness in his eyes that I saw outside Elias's shop just now. Jonah's angry. Very angry. I'm back in my living room, watching the silhouettes of Gabe and Dad screaming at each other, teeth bared through the curtain on the other side of the record player, my only lifeline. I slip a new record onto the player, rest the needle down at the perfect spot, shut my eyes and pretend to be somewhere else. Pretend like the threat of violence isn't so close I can almost see it. But no. Breathe, Alex. You're here, by this lake, in the woods with this stranger. I take a deep breath. That helps. Not quite, he says again, calmer. That helps too. I wish it were that simple. Send water to Barbazal and screw Denver. Or send water to Denver and screw Barbazal. He sighs. I know how it looks to everyone. Kid who was born and raised here in a small town grows up, thinks he's better than everyone else, and moves to the big city, where he doesn't have to be a big fish in a small pond. He stops himself again. There's more he's not saying. But to my surprise, he turns around and gives me a sad laugh. He's wound tight, and everything's complicated and compacted inside him. Anything connected to Barbazal sends him spiking off in a new direction. I'm working through all of that in therapy, he says. Oof, congrats, I guess. Jonah didn't seem like the type who went to therapy. But the reality is, he continues, I left Barbazal to help Barbazal. We've been facing climate change issues for a long time. Electrical bills around here are 230% of what they were just 3 years ago, which hurts a farming community just as much as a drought. Power situation is just as detrimental as the water situation, and that's what we're trying to fix with the dam. I think for a moment. I guess I never considered the power situation. So the switch to hydropower would also help Barbazol? I ask. He nods. But then I decide to press. Are you sure about that? There it is. Purple. Jets of black ink breach a twilight core, punching through his crumbling defenses. He turns back to the lake, his face composed, searching for words, probably looking for a way to make this look better. I reach in. The stars are back, dancing around me in a purple haze. I'm sitting at a huge oval wooden table surrounded by tall office chairs, and a single person sits at the very end. An older man, balding, slightly hefty under a gray herringbone suit. He clears his throat and checks his phone just before Jonah Macon steps further into the room from behind me, sending dozens of stars flying through the air. And then I notice the ceiling. A huge thundercloud sends a flash of lightning through the room, looming over us. It feels heavy and ominous, like it could crash down on our heads at any minute. I gulp, push down the urge to run from it, even though I know I'm the only one who can see it. It looks, feels so real. Morning, Senator Brickleby, sir. You wanted to see me? Jonah looks much, much younger, but it must have been only 5 years ago or so. He's the same height in his memory, just more vibrant, less, I don't know, worn down? Yes, replies the man. I wanted to see you. There's a darkness to his tone, and despite the optimistic smile on Jonah's face, clearly he's eager and maybe a little bit starstruck. I know this is about to go south real quick. I want to talk about who the fuck you think I am. Crash. The lightning flashes through the room again, making me jump. Jonah's spirit looks absolutely crushed. He shrinks to half his size as he ventures. Sir? The man, Senator Brickleby, rises to his full height and buttons one of the buttons on his suit, clears his throat again, and begins to pace. That stunt you pulled out there was unacceptable. But, sir, Why would you ask me about the fucking dam? Of all things, why would you write a prompt question about that? Because if I hadn't asked it neutrally, someone else would have asked you with an angle. I can handle an angle. What I can't handle is you writing prompt questions that invite the angles. You saw what happened out there. You opened up a cesspool of questions about fucking Barbazol and the water and the river and the dam. Jonah looks near tears, and as silence settles into the room, I wonder what he could possibly do with that statement. Begins Jonah timidly. I thought the dam was important. It is important, you idiot, spits the senator. The dam might win us the goddamn election, but that doesn't mean we have to invite in the scrutiny on the way.
well, welcome, Elise. Welcome. Oh my goodness. That's such a random introduction. Such a random introduction. Elise said, "Suck on those toes, really?" That's it. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Oh, oh Lord. But but yeah, this is a very tense situation, especially well, at least the meeting with Alex and Jonah went well enough. And then now, obviously, we're in a tense situation here with the mayor, Jonah and Alex here, and especially Jonah and the mayor, which makes sense considering Jonah and Clover had a relationship. So clearly, clearly that angle was gonna be kind of touchy.
Jonah folds his arms, and just as I think he might crumple completely, he says, "The dam will bring hydropower to small towns all throughout central Colorado." "The dam," the senator cuts in, "will bring money to small towns all throughout central Colorado." What? "When I hired you, Jonah, I assumed you had a basic understanding of economic principles. But since you apparently don't even understand supply and demand, let me elucidate." He steps forward and sets his hands on the table like he's cutting something. "We build the dam," he explains. "We create hydropower. We power Barbazal and other small towns with clean, renewable energy, right?" The senator looks up at Jonah to make sure he's following along. Jonah nods nervously, and the senator slams both hands on the table and hollers, "Wrong! We sell 80% of that power to Denver and send that revenue to the towns." "Oh," says Jonah, "that sounds kind of charitable, actually." "Wrong again," explains the senator. "That means more money to replace the public funding we already funnel into dead-end places like that." Jonah narrows his eyes at him. "So Barbazal breaks even on funding and loses water?" "Listen, Jonah, it's not my first choice either, okay? But we have donors out there who will be very, let's just say, disappointed to learn that we had an opportunity to reduce their tax liability by reducing public expenditure and didn't take it." I knew it. All of this really is a cash grab for the rich. Just not in the way Steph and I thought.
Yep. At least, the political situation becoming a lot more clearer now, especially with the Senate, angle on why, with Jonah's involvement uh, in the Senate race.
They're not rerouting water to Denver just to water rich people's lawns. They're selling off hydropower to reduce public funding and lower taxes for high earners. This all makes sense now. Little Jonah Macon from Barbazal, who came out to Denver to work in a senator's office, and from how Senator Brickleby is talking to him, openly addressing him like he's worth little more than a gnat circling the fruit in the break room, tried to make a difference, tried to offer important questions as feeders on stage during what I assume was a debate or a rally, and instead of protecting Barbazal and other towns around it, his hands are tied. Jonah watched them build the dam. He didn't have a choice. The woozy magenta air swells, and a wave of stuffy warmth floods me. No wonder there's so much confusion here. Every good thing in Jonah's past is all mixed up with its opposite. Even at the beginning of his career, he walked into his boss's office wanting to make a difference, and instead he got roped into this scheme. And now, with calls for Jonah to tear down the dam and restore Barbazal's water supply, what can he do but reassure his hometown that the dam is doing them good and that the water shortage is due to climate change and not the water reroute? If he doesn't, he'll lose his position. And without his position, how can he represent the small towns of Colorado? It's twisted, and I don't agree with it, but I understand now. That thundercloud flashes a final lightning flash, sending shockwaves through my body. My hands can't stop shaking, and I feel glued to my chair. I shut my eyes against the shockwaves, which I realize are getting increasingly strong until I'm back at the lake. And I feel tired, deeply, wholly. Every inch of me wants to sleep. I look over. And that little Senate office employee, Jonah Macon, is standing before me, only years older, but aged at least a decade. Little purple stars dancing over his head. He looks over his shoulder at me again and smiles. "It'll all work out," he says. "I just have to make Barbazal see it." Pity floods me, and I sigh. Jonah really does feel stuck. And I can't tell if his fear is of being found out. He's gotten great at covering up what's really going on around here. Or if something else. "Jonah," I begin, venturing into dangerous territory. "How much hydropower does the dam generate?" "Oh, well, I'd have to look up the numbers on that one, but last time I checked, we were spitting out enough energy to power half the state," he says proudly. "Does Barbazal use all of that power?" "A farming community like us?" he asks. "We go through power like water," I'm sure he was going to say.
Hey, welcome in, Psych. Also, uh, thank you, Elise, for the streak. Apparently, everyone's streaking today, and we'll probably still be here by the time Elise gets back. But hope you all are doing well. Hope you all are doing well. Are y'all having a nice day? Apparently, apparently, Psych was having a nice little nap that they just got up from. uh, Hopefully, you had some sweet dreams and a nice restful sleep.
"Well, like air. Safer choice. You," I say, thinking, "you didn't actually answer my question." "How many questions do you have exactly?" He chuckles. He glances down at his watch for effect, probably to rush me. "I've got to get some breakfast soon." "Well, Jonah," I think, "I've got all morning." "Just one more, I promise. I have to make this one count. Really get to the heart of his fear and turn this around. When Barbazal finds out what you're really up to, Jonah, what will they think of you?" Jonah's face goes completely pale, totally devoid of color. A long pause passes between us. So long, I wonder if Jonah's actually losing consciousness, which would be extremely bad. I'm out here alone, with a politician by a lake, with no cell reception. What if he has a heart attack and dies right here and everyone thinks I killed him? No, shut up, brain. We're fine. Jonah's fine. Everything's fine. That aura over Jonah's head is a brilliant purple.
First of all, Alex, stop with the very. This has been a trend with Alex for this whole book of thinking the most negative, worst case scenario things of like getting killed, people dying. But on a lighter note, uh, Syke said they had some some good dreams about Victoria, or as they refer to her, Vicky, which see if I was a lesser man, if I was a lesser man, I would break out into the Icky Vicky song, but I'm gonna take the high road and not sing Icky Vicky.
The tendrils coil up. This time, like a crown of branches has taken root in his scalp. Spindly black spires that fork and breach and twist through the brilliant purple, sparkling with routes not taken. In them, I recognize the tree. The minute he looks down at his shoes, I seize my chance. I reach in one last time. And I'm standing behind Jonah and Clover as they sit in front of the magnolia tree. Jonah has a sandwich in his hand with a few bites taken out, and Clover is working on a pint-sized bowl of potato salad. Peak summer. "You're gonna let her die all over again, you know that?" she asks, her voice scathing and harried, a stark contrast to the joyful scene. The brilliant sun, the butterflies fluttering in the yard, the wildflowers dotting the grass. "You're gonna kill her memory just like you've killed the rest of this town." "I'm working on it, all right, darling." "Don't you call me darling," she spits. Then she turns back to her potato salad, scooping up a spoonful, staring at it. "It's enough to make a girl lose her appetite." "You think I'd let this place dry up? Think I'd let Magnolia's tree dry up?" he asks, his voice earnest. "I'm doing all I can in Denver to fight this, but I have to do it the right way. What do you want me to do? Take a sledgehammer to the dam in the middle of the night?" "It would be better than letting those pigs in Denver make all that money off what's supposed to be ours." So Clover knows the whole story. 100% of that money should be ours, she continues, on top of the public funding we get, which is already stripped down to the pennies and bottle caps at the bottom of Colorado's pockets. "I know," he says, "but how do you suggest I get my campaign off the ground if I fall out of favor with my biggest donors? I have to appease both, them and Barbazal. And it's real easy to appease Barbazal as long as they don't have a clue what's happening," she hisses. "You're as bad as they are. Darling, don't call me darling again until you grow a backbone and do something. I'm not moving, and I'm not raising this baby somewhere else just because you would let our town die."
We got a regular big Jerry Springer family drama going on over here, especially with a unborn child involved, which this tense situation definitely explains the whole breaking up between Clover and Jonah here. But yeah. But Jonah does make a good point of when you're dealing with in the political field that he's involved in, and you have all these donors, it is a tough balancing act of trying to please everyone, even though it's pretty much setting yourself up for the impossible because you know the old saying, if you're trying to please everyone, you're going to end up pleasing absolutely nobody. So it's tough. It's tough.
Pauses, sets the sandwich down on the plate in his lap, leans over, takes Clover's free hand in his. "You have my word," he says. "I'll find another source for Barbzal." "You gonna call water down from the sky with some kind of ritual?" she mocks. "Or maybe you plan on driving Silas's truck up into the mountains for ice so we can bring it down and melt it here in the valley. Anything to appease those donors, am I right? Anything to get that Senate seat. Jonah Henry Elias Macon." Jonah looks personally hurt by that statement. Clover rests her hand over her middle. "I hope he's nothing like you," she mutters. And that breaks him completely.
Shit, that would break me too. Talking about your Yeah, unborn child like that. Jesus Christ. Uh, woo. Uh, actually, with that statement, ads are about to play in a couple of seconds. So we're gonna take this moment to take a nice little break. So if you need to use bathroom, get a drink, or snacks or whatnot, now would be the perfect opportunity. And once the commercials are done, we will resume the book. All right. Let's see. We got. Come on, countdown. Start already. There we go. All right. So we got about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Got about a minute left. About 40 seconds. All right, let's keep going.
Clover. But Clover's already on her feet, marching away, and I can see her face now, framed by those red curls, the loose ones that escaped the braid down her back, falling down either side of her cheeks. And I realize this wasn't long ago. This was recent. Like, this week recent. How often does Jonah make trips down here? Silas said it had been months, so that would mean. Was this yesterday? Is Clover pregnant right now? That explains the secret relationship. As blue as Colorado is, a baby born to unmarried parents still spells trouble for a politician, and a marriage to a politician's daughter could be seen as some kind of twisted political move. God damn. Is everything in Jonah's life so carefully orchestrated and overanalyzed?
Just about. Also, Alex, kind of took you a minute to put together Clover being pregnant. I thought that was pretty clear by this point. Uh, Especially with the whole Clover raising the baby and hoping that the baby was gonna be nothing like Jonah. Like I think the signals were already pretty clear.
I remember his secret order at the diner. Yes, it must be. I'm back at the lake, staring up at Jonah Macon with silence settling between us like a fog, asking what either of us is really thinking. He's staring back at me with the blankest face, even unwavering. What do you mean? He asks coyly. What exactly do you think I'm up to? But that purple glow is still over his head. He may not think I have all the cards, but he knows I have some. The question is, how much do I want to reveal that I know? I guess the answer to that question depends mostly on one ultimate question I've been tossing around in my brain like a loose marble. Am I staring into the face of a lost boy, a former intern who's still scrambling to make a difference in the world? Or am I looking at a political sellout, skimming off the top of his community to appease donors? Or some twisted combination of both? His blue eyes are flickering with something, and he must realize I'm not going to give him an answer. Well, he concedes, kicking his leg up onto the end of the bench, furthest from the end where I'm sitting, and reties his shoe. Whatever you think I'm up to. God, he says up to like it's such an outlandish idea. Don't protest too much, Jonah. I hope to win your trust as a voter this election. Whatever you believe about me personally, I hope you can get behind my cause, protecting all the communities that make Colorado beautiful, and representing all the people that make up those communities in Washington. His foot meets the ground again, and he extends his hand to me for a parting handshake. I glance down at it before looking back up at him, and I know I have a split-second decision to make. This might be my last chance to make things right here, to protect the water supply, and to stop Denver from pulling their surplus funding from Barbazal. If I can just tap into Jonah's mind one more time, maybe I can find something, anything, any solution. I have to try. Before I take his hand, I give him a smile, a grin that lingers a bit too long, a knowing expression that tells him whatever I know, it's more than he wants me to know. His smile falters just slightly, and that purple aura flares up again. Gotcha. I reach my hand forward for the handshake, and our fingers curve around each other's palms, and I'm in. One last time. What is Jonah so afraid of? I'm standing in a dark room, a bedroom with a bed so big it would fill Owen's entire living room. Two lumps are under the comforter, one twisting and turning frantically, whimpering in his sleep. Is that Jonah? He jolts upright in bed with a frantic yelp I've never heard a human make before, and the other lump jolts to meet him. Her arms encircle his torso, and she coos at him. Shh, 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 she says. It was a dream, dear. I'd recognize Clover's voice anywhere, though it sounds slightly more grave than usual. Her wild red hair falls in waves over her shoulders, and she hugs him close with a chuckle. Were you dreaming about my dad? He thinks I'm here to get supplies, remember? Where is here? Denver? Am I in Jonah's home? Jonah, shirtless, caves in on himself, tries to slow his breathing, and looks to the window. I follow his gaze and realize I have a view like I've never seen before. The entire Denver skyline, mountains and all, lights up brilliantly against the pitch black sky. The stars twinkle across it like I've only seen in small towns, like Haven Springs, like Barbazal. I wonder if Jonah chose this high-rise condo for that reason alone. I could see him, younger, wandering the space, unsure if he could call this home after living in Barbazal all his life, and opening the window to see the sky. Maybe in that moment he realized he could see himself here, in Denver, making a difference. Then, to my shock and horror, he buries his face in his hands and bursts into tears. Clover, somehow unfazed, turns to him, embraces him around his shoulders, runs her fingers through his hair as he embraces her back, grabbing a gentle fistful of her nightshirt like a drowning man clinging to a raft about to be lost at sea. He cries for what feels like forever, and I can't imagine what he dreamed about that would make him so like this, so broken. Clover, he finally croaks, pulling away and dragging his wrist across his eyes. I dreamed that. Shh, she says again. You don't have to talk about it. Yes, he fucking does, I want to scream. He needs to get whatever this is out. But since they couldn't hear me, even if I did, I remained silent, listening. No, I need to talk about it, he says, pulling his legs up to sit crisscross and taking both her hands in his. I dreamed that I lost everything. I lost you. I lost the baby. I lost. What do you mean, lost? Asks Clover, more intrigued than fearful, as if she's been through this before. I mean, he continues, I was falling into a hole, an endless hole, dark, cold, wet, alone. You both, he says, glancing down at her stomach, just watched it happen. Didn't try to reach me. You looked relieved, and I knew when I saw your face that I'd let you down. Both of you. And then all of Barbazal went flying past me. All the faces I grew up with. Everyone was staring at me in disappointment. Everyone was just. His voice threatens to break again. I try to swallow, but my throat feels suddenly dry, remembering what it felt like to fall, endlessly, into a dark, deep hole. They all hated me, he practically squeaks. Clover pulls him against her again. No one hates you, she assures him, but they might if you don't do something. Damn, Clover can be direct. Kind, but direct. He nods. I know. He knows? If he knows, why hasn't he done something? Judging by this condo, Jonah Macon is secure enough, even if it's with Clover's money, and judging by his political reach, influential enough to build his entire platform on straight-up anarchy. Down with pollution, fuck the establishment and all that. Surely there would be enough people across all of Denver to get his vote. Why toe the line when Maisie Dorsey is far right enough to have all the red votes? I hear myself grumble, the sound I don't recognize from my own throat. Frustration. But then I realize I found my chance. I know, he says again with a nod. What if I do something and it ends up being too drastic? What if it fails? And then, after a long pause, so long I wonder who's going to talk next. What if I fail? Oh my God. Jonah Macon? Big shot Jonah Macon? He's not afraid of climate change or public ridicule or private ridicule for that matter. It's much deeper than that. Jonah Macon, like me, is most afraid of failure, of being a failure, of people thinking he's a failure. And maybe if I can make Jonah Macon so afraid of failure, he'll try to succeed, whatever it takes.
He, and if he's so afraid of failing, disappointing, mostly obviously disappointing Clover because that's the most touchiest of subjects there. He's really putting himself in a very high stakes situation with the whole Senate race, because that would be like the ultimate failure is failing at that point, because that's a lot of pressure to put on yourself, especially if you know if failing is one of your biggest fears. You're really putting yourself in a huge uh, position there.
Maybe he'll finally, as Clover's been begging him all this time, do something. I'm getting back in that car today and driving to Fort Collins with the girl I love. And if I only have this moment to help a town of thousands preserve their livelihood, then this is the moment I'll take. Before I can talk myself out of it, I reach out to Jonah, sitting there in bed with Clover. Reach into his chest and find the heart of that purple aura, twisty and sick like a snake coiling itself around a branch, crushing Jonah's heart and his resolve. I remember Steph's words. You're not just playing with emotions, Alex. You're playing with people's lives. Don't worry, Steph, I whisper to myself. And then, with all the force of Jonah's fear in my hand, I turn my wrist, rotating my fingers like I'm holding an invisible dial, turning and turning, feeling the tingling grow and grow. My skin prickles, at first like my hand is falling asleep, then like my hand has been asleep for several minutes and someone's kicked it with a steel-toed boot, and then, like cactus spines are one by one digging into my flesh. It burns. It stings. I feel tears bud at the corners of my eyes, and I shut them, grinding my teeth against the pain so intense it feels like it's ringing in my ears. It feels like I've reached into a jellyfish and grabbed it by its tentacles, which are slowly wrapping around my fingers, hand, and forearm. But as the pain sears my hand, I hear Clover's voice somewhere far away. Jonah? She asks. Are you okay? I, he says. I hear the ruffling of bed sheets, and I force a single eye open to see what's going on out there in Jonah's memory. He goes slowly, agonizingly for me, to the huge window overlooking the city and stands, looking, thinking. What if you do nothing? I growl through gritted teeth. What if everyone you know and love finds out you've sold them out to the state? What if they find out, Jonah Macon? What then? A new wave of searing hot pain envelops my arm, and I resist the urge to drop to my knees for some kind of reprieve. I keep talking as I force my hand to turn further, feeding the flames of fear I can feel growing and shifting within him. What about your baby? What happens when they grow up and find out their father let a dam destroy his own hometown? What happens when they find out you're a monster? I whimpered just a little, the pain unbearable now. I know I have maybe a few words left. If you don't do something, Jonah Macon, I squeak out, you are a failure. Even if I could scrounge around in the strongest parts of my mind to find stamina to withstand this level of pain, I can't. If I was reaching into a jellyfish earlier, it explodes now, sending me flying backwards. My feet feel nothing below them. I'm completely airborne, falling in slow motion. I hear a scream escape my throat, and I shut my eyes and brace for the impact of whatever I'm going to fly into behind me. but I don't fly into anything. Nothing's moving anymore. All around me is stillness. Silence so sharply deafening, it feels like all sound has been sucked into a vacuum. The smell of pond scum fills my nose, and the taste of dewy morning air tickles my mouth and throat. My forehead feels wet, the breeze cool against my cold sweat, and I look up to see my own hand outstretched, embracing the large yet smooth hand of Jonah Macon. And when I look up at his face, I'm unprepared for what I see. Those once movie star-like blue eyes have lost their shine. They're dull, empty, lost. His mouth is a flat line. Jonah? I ask. He's totally still, staring at my face like he's gazing into a black hole. He blinks, snaps out of it, but instead of his usual smiling self, he swallows, clears his throat, takes my hand in both of his, and nods. He says, like he's forgotten an important meeting. I forgot. I have somewhere I have to be. He slips his hand from mine and turns and walks. No, he flees, back down the path, faster than he ran here. Jonah, are you okay? I holler, my voice bouncing off the waters of the lake and sending a flock of Canada geese into the air a few feet from where Jonah is still running. I forgot I have an important meeting this morning. And I watch him get smaller and smaller around the lake until he darts left into the birch trees and back through the woods. I sit in silence for minutes and minutes until a chorus of honks picks up in the sky and those same geese return to their home on the opposite side of the lake. I look down at my right hand, where that searing pain ripped through my flesh. I half expect to see burns all over it, but it looks fine, feels fine. I sigh and look back up toward the birch trees, wondering if I dialed up Jonah Macon's fears enough for him to do something, or if I dialed them up enough for him to do something reckless. I remember the look in his eyes when he said he had to go. Those soulless, empty, terrified eyes. And I get a sinking feeling that I've overdone it this time. I slide my phone out of my pocket, unlock it, find Steph's number, and hit dial. No reception. I growl, jump to my feet, and start the long walk back along the path, texting as I go. Steph, I think I made a mistake. I type. Send. Steph, I think I made a mistake. Unable to send. Ugh, I grunt. Damn small towns and their spotty cell service. Maybe if Jonah can reroute that damn money back to Barbazal, they could afford a decent cell tower. I have to find Steph. Who knows what Jonah will do with that absolute terror I gave him? I reach up and dig my fingers into my hair, noticing my breathing is faster than usual. I shut my eyes against this. I feel my fingers, my hands, my arms sear with that burning stinging I felt when I connected with Jonah's fears, and I wonder what the hell I've done. Something horribly, horribly wrong. I've created a monster. I'm so lost in thought that I lose my footing, my shoes sliding down the gravel embankment, and I go flying. Ah! I scream as my face hits the water first. Freezing cold floods my clothes, my hair, my shoes, and I scramble for the surface as fast as I can, gasping down air when I get there. I cough and wheeze, frantically wiping water from my eyes. Hey, Dr. Frankenstein, Gabe would say. If Gabe were here, he would just stand there, arms folded, smirking down at me. I imagine his voice now, for comfort, for some semblance of stability. Converse? Really? You would ask. You couldn't have worn running shoes. You suck, you know that? I ask aloud, a surprised chuckle taking over my voice as I scramble out of the water and trudge up the rocky side. Out of breath and soaking wet, I cradle my arms around myself and step up onto the path. And what's with the Frankenstein thing? Gabe would explain with something ridiculous like, isn't he the most famous monster creator of all time?
Alex, you're kind of sounding a little crazy with the whole Gabeness going on. Does it sound a little bit? Uh, but also, I don't know if making Jonah uh extra scared was gonna be the right thing to do. But we will certainly see how messing with his emotions is gonna go. Also, you're still out in the middle of the woods, so I highly doubt your message to Steph was really even gonna be sent. Definitely wishful thinking on your part, though.
I freeze at my own revelation, feeling my eyes narrow as the words sink in. I didn't technically create a monster, I just turned up the heat on what was already there. Would you be a different person if you were extra afraid? He would press. Afraid of what? I wonder. Well, he would ask, were you a different person when Jed shot you? I stop and think about the implications of that. Was I a different person? I barely remember that night, but I didn't turn into a monster. I think back to the night I lost Gabe. The memory of huddling with Ryan under the cliffside while boulders as big as cars rocketed down the mountain toward my brother, at his face, at his eyes, knowing he had no time to. I interrupt my own thoughts. What if I were afraid for someone else?
Hold on, real quick. Be right back. Okay, false alarm. All right, thought it was something.
Someone like,
All right.
oh my god,
Mm-mm.
Steph.
Uh oh. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure Steph will be fine. I'm sure she'll be fine.
12. Not out of the woods yet. I tear through the trees like my life depends on it. No, like Steph's life depends on it. I just unleashed a highly unstable man into the town of Barbazal, where Steph is, and he's already got a significant head start. I have to make sure she's not in his line of fire, whatever that ends up looking like. Steph? I holler, darting left at the clothesline and summoning more power into my feet. Why did I leave her? What's going on? If Jonah so much as laid a finger on her, and I hope, in the back of my head, in the deepest part of my heart, that Steph's okay.
Listen, Alex, if something happens to Steph, I'm pretty sure me and you both are going to take some skewers and post his nuts on the fucking welcome to Barbazol sign, okay? So I'm pretty sure she's gonna be fine and we don't have to go all skewering some nuts to a sign on him.
I look down and try my phone again as I run. A bad idea, but what choice do I have? The call drops. Damn it! I holler, feeling my foot catch on something hard, a shelf of some kind in the ground, and I land on that same stupid tree stump with an oof. Double, damn it, I mutter, pushing myself to my feet, feeling my right knee searing with pain. I look down and see the bloody scrape through my jeans and the scrapes on both my hands, and I force myself to run despite the pain. I have to find her. Come on, Steph. I hiss breathlessly, lifting my phone again, gingerly this time against my stinging hands, hitting that little green phone button and running on. Ring! Yes! I scream, my feet bounding through the withered grass until I reach the end of the tree line and the fine, lush green lawn. Mayor Biggs' house stands before me in all its glory, and I look around at the empty yard. Empty except for that lone magnolia in the middle of the sprawling grass. It's weird out here. I was expecting to hear something, anything. Crickets, maybe? Birds? But no, nothing. It's quiet. So very, very quiet. Too quiet. I instinctively duck down low, slinking across the lawn like a jungle cat, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. I feel a shiver go up my spine, even though the sun, which has already risen over the horizon line, is plenty high enough to start casting its merciless heat over the valley and over Barbazal. And over me. I feel the sweat beading on my forehead, and I look frantically around me as I make my way round the side of the house, between the house and the barn where they keep Big's classic car collection. Alex? Comes a voice I recognize, but one I've only come to know recently. A man's voice, too deep to be Jonah's, too high to be Elias's, too smooth to be Silas's. I turn. Mayor Biggs stands there on the lawn, maybe 20 feet from me, casually holding a glass of water. His face indicates he's confused. No shit. He told me I could come up here yesterday, when Clover would be home. Not today, too, in the wee hours of the morning, creeping around in the woods at the back of his property, soaking wet after clearly having been in the lake. His eyes narrow, and full-blown panic sets in. I need to think of a story, and quick. I can explain, I begin, as he steps toward me, warmly, so he can hear me better. Clover, oh shit, what do I say? Clover gave me directions to the lake where she's been meeting her secret boyfriend. Yes? He asks, eyebrow cocked curiously.
Quick, Alex. Come up with a lie. Preferably, one that's actually good. Because we've kind of learned that you're kind of bad at lying. You're certainly bad at causing a distraction, because Diane is a perfect example of how bad you all are. But in any case, uh, hopefully you could come up with a good idea right now.
What about Clover? Suddenly I hear a noise nearby, something mechanical. A door unlatching? The sliding glass patio door leading into the living room where Steph, Opal, and I all bonded slides open, and out steps... Clover? I ask. Her eyebrows fall at the sight of me, and she steps forward and off the patio, one hand instinctively protecting her belly before she thinks better of it and drops her hand again. And then I realize Mayor Biggs doesn't know she's pregnant. My eyes grow wide, and Mayor Biggs leans in front of me to break my gaze at his daughter. What about Clover? He asks. I began. Come on, Alex, think of something. You can't just tell him she and Jonah are together. Think of something else. Clover's eyes are wide with desperation, and I practically hear them screaming, Don't tell him. She gave us the engine parts. Mayor Biggs' face relaxes a bit, but his eyes trail my face, up and down, like he's reading my expression, inspecting for lies. Huh, he says, glancing at his daughter. Did she? They came out easy, says Clover, glancing at me. She seems to relax a little at what I've said. And what were you doing in the backwoods on my property so early in the morning? She was checking out the old stump, offers Clover, stepping forward, fully in the conversation now. I told her about the old stump. You know, the one as wide as your pickup truck, Daddy? Mayor Biggs looks between Clover and me like he's caught his daughter smoking weed at a slumber party. Is that true, Alex? Yes, I say, way too fast. Way to go, me. Is that all you were doing back?
Alex, you have not gotten any better at this. You you really need some practice. Okay? Get some practice, girl. Oh, oh. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Back there? He asks. Because I happened to see a certain Jonah Macon sprint out of these woods not too long ago like he had a bear chasing him. Clover is frozen still where she stands, and I wonder if she's trying as hard as I am not to move, not to flinch, not to give any indication that we know what's going on with Jonah Macon. Now, he says, swirling his water and examining it like he's painting the sides of the glass with it or something. If one of you were canoodling with that young man, I won't mind it, so long as it's you, Alex. I gulp. The hell do I say? I wasn't. We weren't. But then I realize.
Uh. Okay, I'm assuming the mayor has no idea that Alex is a lesbian in this story, but um plus considering what Alex already knows, I don't know if going along with the idea that she was hooking up with Jonah is gonna be the best situation to go with, but all right.
If I don't admit to canoodling with this young man, do people actually say those things? Mayor Biggs is starting to sound like a cartoon character, and I insist that Clover wasn't either. I'll have to come up with an explanation for why I'm soaking wet with lake water, and Jonah is running scared for his life through the property. I realize anything I say right now is going to get me into trouble. I'm on Mayor Biggs' property, outside the hours he said I could be here. Clover can't exactly vouch for me any more than directing me to a huge stump in the woods. Neither of those things explains the existence of Jonah. All I have left to tell is the truth. I give Clover an apologetic look, and her mouth parts as if to jump in before I can say anything more. So I say it fast. Mayor Biggs, there's something you should know about Jonah Macon. I begin, glancing back at Clover and down at her belly. What I'm about to say will protect them. Both of them. Clover and Kiddo. I hope one day she can see that and forgive me. Go on, he asks. That dam up the river, it's not just generating power for Barbazal. It's producing a surplus. Alex! Clover cuts in, but Mayor Biggs shushes her. Darling, let's hear what Alex has to say. If it concerns the dam, it concerns us all. Clover gives me one last pleading look. But I have to do this. It's producing a surplus, and that surplus is going back to the city. He pauses, staring at me like he's waiting for more. Clearly, this isn't a revelation to him. Well, yes, of course, Alex, he says finally and chuckles. That's how it works. We produce a surplus and bank it for future consumption. It's why Barbazal's never without power.
and it's quite affordable for our residents.
No, sir, that surplus isn't getting banked. It's being sold back to Denver, and the money's replacing a portion of the public funding you've been getting. Jonah Macon's been paying back your public funding with hydropower to appease his biggest donors. I feel my jaw cramping up from holding back tears. I'm sorry, Mayor Biggs. I can't look at him. I certainly can't bring myself to look at Clover. What must she think of me? Revealing Jonah's biggest secret? Or maybe second biggest? I stare at my shoes, expecting the inevitable questioning. How do you know this? Do you have proof? Where is Jonah now? But he stays silent for so long that I wonder if he's going to say anything at all. When I finally look back up at him, he looks from me to Clover and then back to me.
You're sure of this?
He asks. I nod, frantically, hoping, praying he'll believe me. For his sake, not mine. Barbazal's well-being depends on it. But instead of questions, instead of wanting to find out more, I feel a hand clamp around my wrist and another hand slap over my mouth. Hey! I go to scream, but it's muffled against warm fingers. Mayor Biggs is pulling me against him and starts to move. He's dragging me across the lawn. If I can just get one good scream out. My teeth search for his fingers, but his hand is cupped. Damn it.
Daddy!
Screams Clover.
Shut up, Clover, and help me keep her in the house until we figure out what to do.
Let go of me! I holler, my voice muffled under his hand. I look up as he pulls me along, that brilliant red aura pulsing above him, and then it sinks in. Oh my God, this is my fault.
You think? But clearly, clearly you found out way more information than Mayor Biggs wanted you to find out, because he thought you only found out about banking the water. As far as the selling game, clearly that's something you weren't supposed to find out. Hence the whole, now I'm going to I guess bound and gag you and tie you up and keep you away somewhere till I figure out what to do with you. Situation that you're in right now. Oh boy, this ain't gonna be. This is definitely not good.
The whole yard goes blood red, the air swirling with clots of what look like tissue flying past my eyes. I yank and struggle in his grip, but his fingers against my arms just make them ache more. This isn't Biggs. This is the Biggs I created. And if I created this in Biggs, what have I done to Jonah? Clover steps forward and grabs at her father's arms, trying to pry them off me.
Let her go, she shrieks. She's done nothing wrong.
Not yet, he hisses.
I won't hurt her, Clover. Don't worry. But we have to keep her quiet.
My shoes can't find traction in the grass because Mayor Biggs keeps lifting me up so far I can barely touch the ground. My screams find no ears, I'm sure, but I release them anyway, scratching at his hands and arms as often as I can to get my own hands free.
Where the hell are you taking me?
I shriek, but it comes out like a pillowed, garbled mess under his palm. But I get my answer. Mayor Biggs drags me into the house, and as soon as I'm back in that living room with the leather chairs where Opal drank too much wine and nearly killed herself, he lets me go. I drop to the floor from the force of it and wipe the taste of his fingers away from my lips, glaring up at him.
What the hell, man?
I spit.
I'm doing you a favor, and you're fucking kidnapping me? Not kidnapping, he grins, as if we're discussing a news article over a nice lunch. I just want to talk. Maybe I've been on the internet too much, but that I just want to talk is my first clue that he definitely does not want to talk. He won't hesitate to stop talking and start swinging if I don't do as he says. Daddy, begins Clover again. Clover, lock the front door. It's a command, not a question, and I half expect Clover to stand up to her father in defiance. Where is that sharp, fierce woman I met just yesterday? She melts away, and Clover obediently goes to the door and does as he says. I wince as I hear that door clasp, sealing me in here. Now, he says, folding his hands together behind him and walking around me. I'm still kneeling in the living room as he does. Alex, you told me you and your friend aren't journalists, but for a non-journalist, you seem to have uncovered some hard-hitting truths. He won't ever know I can see into people's emotions. I wish he'd give me one. Just one aura, and I could probably get myself out of this. For a man driven by anger, he's impossibly locked down. The thing about commanding a small town run on love and compassion, Alex, is the people are counting on me to keep them afloat. What a horrific choice of words for someone steering a town through a drought. And if I have to do that by selling some of our excess hydropower to Denver, then that's what I have to do. It was you? I hiss back. You authorized the dam that's baking this town dry? Why? You need those farms to pull in revenue. What's the point? You're shooting yourself in the foot. He chuckles condescendingly, as if he's realizing just how much dumbing down he needs to do to get me to understand his position. Who said Barbazal was going to stay a farming community? He asks. That's no way to adapt an economy to climate change. Now manufacturing. That's sustainable, even in a drought. But we don't have the experience. Our people know agriculture, and we know tourism. Or at least we did, when we were the only rest stop on the 202. But we're not out of the game yet. I cock an eyebrow, wondering how the hell he plans on bringing Barbazal back into the tourism game. A theme park would do it, wouldn't you say? He asks, with the biggest grin on his face. He can't be serious. How are you going to run a theme park with no water? Well, with an economy-boosting attraction like that, Denver would be a lot more likely to funnel water back our way, wouldn't they? They seem pretty keen last I talked to them. Everyone's on board but you, Alex. I think of Silas rationing the water bottles in his truck. I think of Anita trying to keep the plate and skate alive and thriving even through these heat waves drying up the little water they have. And I think of Clover, holding that goldfish bowl, offering it up to the magnolia, unable to care for the fish that meant so much to her in her sister's absence. No, I reply, they're not. I look up at Clover. Tell him, I say. Tell him what you told me. Unless you're in on this too? I feel a coldness come over Clover. An icy, cracking, stiff as a glacier, blue hue settles over the room. She begins, probably unsure of where to begin or if she should continue. She swallows. Not. Mayor Biggs looks to his daughter in disappointment. You're not what, Clover? I'm not in on this, she says, determination knitting her eyebrows together as she looks from me to her father. Daddy, you're not seriously going to do away with the farms around here. What about the Bates? And the mint farm we visit every year for Christmas. Opal loves the hay rides there. This isn't about nostalgia, he growls back. This isn't about your feelings, Clover, or Opal's, or any of you girls. A tiny volcano spits up a bit of lava in my stomach at the way he says you girls when talking about feelings. The irony being that we're only in this mess because of his feelings. The man who invited Steph and me into his home to help us get out of here. As if even Biggs doesn't care for his own tone, he dials it back, sighs, rests the heel of his hand wearily against his forehead, and finally clasps his hands together in an earnest gesture to his oldest daughter. Clover, darling, please understand, he says. I'm not doing away with anyone or anything. We're building the park here in Barbazal, right by the lake. We're not mowing down anyone's farmland. But with the revenue pulled in from the park, some of them will have to make tough decisions about whether to remain an agricultural enterprise or adapt to the times. Being a farm out here just isn't sustainable anymore, sweetie. Clover stares at the ground, thinks long and hard about what to say and do next. Then, to my surprise, she walks to me, steps up behind me, rests her hands on my shoulders as I remain kneeling and looking up at Biggs. We're letting Alex go, she says. She's done nothing wrong. Just because she knows about your little scheme. Plan, he says. Not a scheme. Don't you understand? I'm doing what's best for Barbazal. And I'm doing what's best for my family, she says, raising a trembling hand to her stomach. She stands behind me in silence, but I look up, over my head, at Clover, and sure enough, a fire engine red aura emanates from her, scorching the room. It bores into my skin with a fury so bright and white hot that I don't even have time to scream until it fades and soaks down deep into my bones, until all that's left is a humming warmth. Big's face is aghast, his mouth parted in disbelief. Clover, he says, you're... And if you want to be in this baby's life, I suggest you do what's best for your family, she spits. Holy shit. Who's the... he asks. I don't see how that's relevant here, she continues, taking on the tone of a lawyer in a courtroom. Your job is to look over us, to protect Barbazal, founded on pillars of love and compassion. And you're currently unlawfully detaining a tourist, the exact demographic of your stupid theme park, in your living room to cover up what you've done to see it through. Is that really the legacy you want to leave, Daddy? Mayor Biggs forms a brilliant blue aura of his own, coiled with ribbons of searing red. Tears begin to form at the corners of his eyes, and a sad smile plays at the edges of his mouth. Clover, please try to understand. It's what your mother would have wanted. It's what Magnolia... You're killing Magnolia, she spits, her voice breaking. She was only here for a short while, and the only thing we have to mark her life is dying because we don't have enough water to keep anything alive out here. Big's blue aura disappears, and his eyes narrow. Maybe you both need some time to think this over, he says. I look up at Clover in alarm. What the hell does he mean? I want to scream, but Clover follows my thoughts without even looking at me. She smiles. What are you gonna do? Tie us up and toss us in the cellar? She sneers, arms folded. I watch Clover, silently willing her not to taunt this man whose anger I've dialed up past overwhelming and into out-of-control territory. Everything is still pulsing red with the warmth of rage, and I can't tell whose is more intense. Then her smile fades, her eyes widen in horror, and I hear a click. I gasp, looking back at Biggs, who's now pointing a shiny silver revolver straight at me. I don't think any tying will be necessary.
Well, that keeps escalating quickly. Ooh. But good thing I guess Clover got your back, kinda, cause considering her father with a gun, ooh, not the best not the best situation to get yourself in, but hey, at least Alex has company now. Yay. Oh boy.
13. The cellar. The cellar isn't much like the cellars I've seen in movies. Those ones are always wet and drippy and gross, maybe a little moldy even, and you can smell the stuffiness through the TV. This one is spotless. All old wood, cedar by the smell of it. Wine bottles laid out in little U-shaped holders line the walls, displayed like trophies through the years. From where I sit, I can see one with a label marked 2006. Whoa, I marvel, for a moment completely distracted from the fact that I'm in a hostage situation. I hear Clover sigh from a little further into the cellar. She sits with her legs curled up against her chest, her arms around her knees, face lowered, and I realize she's crying, softly. Clover, I begin, but where do I even begin? I'm sorry. She looks up at me, not angrily, but in surprise. I'm sorry I didn't leave when you said I should have, I say. It was a mistake staying here. I'm sorry I insisted on seeing Jonah. I'm sorry I told your father about Jonah's plan. I can't believe Daddy was in on it, she grunts, smacking her lips in disgust. At least Jonah told me about the dam, about what was really going on, but he left out the part about the theme park. After a long, bitter silence, Clover nods. That must be why he was so set on our family moving to Denver.
Also a theme park. That's kind of a plan, I guess, for the mayor to have. Kind of like I get you have like water and the excess stuff, but I don't think that's really the attraction to kind of help matters. But okay, especially with the drastic situation and being willing to use a gun, especially to threaten your daughter with at this point. But you know, uh, but hey, like I said, at least Clover and Alex are in this together now. Now they just got to get out of the cellar and see if they could figure something out.
That explains everything. He knew that the Barbazal we both grew up with, her voice crumples into a million pieces, was going away. He lied to me. She buries her face in her hands and descends into sobs, deep, body-wrenching sobs. Clover, I say, scrambling to find some silver lining, offer some comfort. Maybe he knew it would break your heart. Why do it then? She snaps. To think I wasted so much time on that man, building a life in Denver, building a family. And for what? She drags her arm across her eyes and rests her chin on her knees. Her face, it breaks me. But we have to get out of here. Mayor Biggs didn't take my phone off me. Didn't even ask if I had one. When I pull it out and look at the screen, I remember why. No signal. But I also see that I have a missed text from Steph. Steph. Hey, you okay? Either your conversation with Jonah is going super well, or you're locked up in a basement somewhere. Holy shit, Steph.
I want to scream. You have no idea.
Very ironic text for Steph to be able to get you before you actually wind up in a cellar. Well, locked in the cellar. In any case, also, ads are about to play in a couple of seconds. So we'll take a little bit of a break and then we will continue. So grab any refills or any trips to the bathroom while we take a little breaksies. All right, so we got 2 minutes, 45 seconds. About a minute and 30 seconds. $30. Let's see, 20. Alrighty. All right, let's continue.
I let out a deep sigh. Hey, I say. I'm sorry. I really, really am, Clover. I can't imagine what you're going through. Even though I literally can. I feel that same icy coldness envelop me from earlier, a welcome release from this inferno that's been buzzing on my skin from Clover's wrath. My words, somehow, have replaced it with despair. But, I continue, I might have a way out of this. I can text my friend Steph, but I need reception. Pfft, she scoffs, glancing past me. Good luck. Daddy had this cellar signal blocked because his poker friends used to be on their phones instead of talking.
I turn and look to where she glanced, and see, all the way down the hall, a huge geometric table with a green top. Must be a poker table. Is there any way to get signal down here? Come on, Clover, think. To my dismay, she turns completely away from me, curls her legs up again, and wilts against the wall, blue aura still glowing overhead. Fine. I feel annoyance welling up, but then I remember Clover doesn't really have anything to escape from down here. She's in her own house. I'm the only prisoner. I push myself to my feet, determined to get the fuck out of here. Steph is out there somewhere, definitely wondering what's taking me so long, and definitely a sitting duck if Mayor Biggs went to find her. So help me God if he so much as touches her. I charge deeper into the wine cellar, past bottle rack after bottle rack, until I find the far wall with the tiniest window I've ever seen, high up near the ceiling. Clover, where's the ladder? I know there has to be one somewhere in here. No way anyone could reach those bottles up there near the top. It's at least 10 feet up. They're sliding ladders, comes Clover's voice, weak, defeated. Good luck pulling them loose. We'll see about that. I look down the hall and find a wooden ladder fixed to the shelf, from the floor to the top of the rack, and I make for it. I reach out for it, try to wiggle it. It won't budge. Clover's right. This thing is practically fused unless I slide it. Yep, it'll move from side to side. Until I see a sledgehammer in the corner between the rack and the wall. Yes, I whisper, grabbing it and lifting it high above my head. Hey, what are you? Comes Clover's voice. I don't wait. Wham! The wood is unmoving. Wham! Hey! She calls. I can hear her scrambling to her feet. Stop! Daddy'll kill me! If I stop? Wham! He might kill both of us. Wham! The top of the ladder comes free, hanging off the rack. One more blow to the bottom and I feel the hammer catch over my head, and I look up to find Clover's hands clamped around it. She yanks it from me, and I stare at her blankly for a moment. Am I really about to wrestle a hammer out of a pregnant woman's hands? I stop, holding out my hand as if I'm keeping a snarling dog at bay. Clover, please, I offer. I don't want to fight you, but I have to get out of here. Please understand. I won't let you destroy anything else here, she says, and I know she's not talking about the ladder anymore. She's talking about everything. Since I got here, Opal was sent back to the hospital. Clover found out her father was in on a plan to strip Barbazal of its lifeblood and build a theme park in place of all her childhood nostalgia. And finally, the love of her life, or at least the man she thought was the love of her life, was orchestrating the whole plan. If you help me leave, I say, I'll never bother you again. I feel tears welling in my eyes, realizing I couldn't help. Couldn't help Barbazal, couldn't help Jonah, or Opal, or Clover. All I've done by staying is make things worse. Steph was right. We should have just left. Alex? I hear a sharp whisper ring out from somewhere nearby. I know that voice anywhere. And suddenly, I don't care how menacingly Clover's holding that hammer. I turn around toward where I heard the voice, and up there, way up there, near the ceiling, on the other side of that little window I was trying to reach earlier, is the face of the girl I love. Steph! I whisper back, my voice almost breaking into an elated scream. How'd you find me? But I already know. She knew to meet me at dawn. But then how did she know to go snooping around basement windows? I could hear that hammering from across the yard, she says, her voice urgent. More important question, how did you get down there? She looks around to make sure the coast is still clear, and then lowers her voice even further. Who put you down there? Biggs, I say without hesitation. Clover's down here too. Clover comes up behind me, gingerly. as if apprehensive about letting Steph help us. What the hell? Can you lower a rope or something to us? You think I just have rope lying around? Asks Steph. She turns away from the window and I hear shuffling. There's a rope hanging on the side of the barn, offers Clover suddenly. Thanks. I smile at Clover. That aura of hers is purple swirls of writhing vines, and I wonder if. Wait, it clicks. Your father can't legally keep you in here either, you know, I say. This isn't right what he's doing to you. He knows I'll talk, she says, cradling her arms around herself. Will you? I ask, knowing what it would mean for Jonah if she did. After a long moment, she nods. Flip. I look behind me where I find a 10-foot rope hanging from the window, where a smiling Steph greets me. I smile back. I climb, promising myself I'll get back in the gym and do some more lifting so this isn't such hard work. I reach the top and turn to help Clover climb, but it turns out, even while pregnant, Clover is more in shape than I am. She's right behind me. Up we go, I say, pulling her through the rest of the way. And we're free.
Also, very cool that a Deus Ex Steph Machina just appears and is like, "Oh yeah, I could help get you out of here," and able to find a rope long enough to get him out. So, yay, Steph to the rescue. This is what. This is why you're together with Steph Alex. She is very resourceful and is pretty much always there when you need her. Yeah, in more ways than one, I'm sure.
14. The lawn. Or at least I thought so. Until I turn and find myself staring down the barrel of a gun. It startles me so bad I stumble backward and nearly fall against Clover and Steph. I stretch out my arms instinctively to shield them behind me, although I really have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I've been here before, on the business end of a silver revolver. That same sick feeling coils up into my throat and sends my heart rate into hyperspeed. Biggs is looking over the sight at me with narrowed eyes and a cunning smile. Alex, he sighs. I had so hoped I wouldn't have to do this, you know? You can't shoot us, Steph barks. Alarm bells ring out through my head. Steph, I whisper over my shoulder, hoping she fills in the rest. Not a good idea to challenge the guy with the gun. Everyone in the town will hear you, Steph explains, clearly not filling in the rest. She has a point, right? I hope. Mayor Biggs begins his answer by cocking the gun. Click. That's a fabulous point, he explains. And when the three of us remain silent, he waves the gun toward the tree line before yanking it back in our direction. It's the start of hunting season. If I, as a law-abiding citizen, went for a stroll in the woods back here on my property, and I heard a noise, I'd be well within my right to deploy my firearm to bring down a deer or a rabbit. Or even in good old-fashioned self-defense. Shit, he's right. But I know not to say anything. Apparently, Steph and Clover do too. Especially after finding two reprobates sneaking around my homestead. Daddy, comes Clover's voice. And you, he snaps, his grip on the gun tightening. He thinks he's going to scare me with that. To be fair, he's right. I'm fucking terrified.
Welcome back, Elise. Welcome back. Hopefully everything went well.
I can feel my fingers shaking even as I continue holding them out on either side of me. And then that red aura blooms over Mayor Big's head, warming us all again with brilliant heat, and I'm the only one who can get us out of this. I have to talk him down.
Clover, move out of the way, he says.
I look up at him, studying his face, his eyes wide and wild, his hands trembling ever so slightly.
Ah, that's good. That's cool. That's cool. Hopefully everything goes well. Ah. Yeah. That's usually why I I make sure to check everything over first before it gets close to stream time, so that way if I forgot anything, I could get it over with, in time, instead of having to deal with any last minute issues. But sometimes you still deal with last minute issues regardless, sometimes, especially when you're dealing with technology and things. Sometimes that stuff has a mind of its own, and you end up with issues when you realistically shouldn't have any. But you know, life do be strange like that sometimes.
She's not going anywhere, I say, my voice shaky, and I'm sure unconvincing, but I'm sticking to it.
Wait, what do you mean by what do you mean, Elise, by should you do a dickhead playthrough? I don't know if you're or do you mean oh oh okay. I thought I thought you meant uh a playthrough of of being nice of being nice to step douche or not. At least said punch that Warren guy in the face. Uh as much as I'm sure you probably want to punch Warren in the face, I don't even believe the game gives you that option. Technically, the game doesn't even give you that option to really be that mean to Warren anyway. Like, yeah, you can refuse like his dates and stuff that he tries to set up with you. But other than that, not really not really mean to Warren throughout the game, really. Okay. All right, this is funny. Um Elise said, I had a dream I was Sean and I started walking through a tunnel and I was so stoned I saw nothing but green. And I heard Karen behind me and she turned into an alien and I looked down at Daniel and he exploded. Wow, That is certainly a strange dream you had. Wow. Elise said yes. Definitely. Yeah, that is definitely. Uh. Elise said yes, definitely too much Life is Strange. I don't know if it's too much Life is Strange or it's something else to have a dream like that. On the bright side though, on the bright side though, at least Daniel exploded at the end. So it wasn't that bad of a dream. I would call that a happy dream. if if it ends with Daniel exploding at the end. uh Hey, if you're full Elise said if falling asleep during Life is Strange dreams, Life is Strange streams, of course you're gonna have Life is Strange dreams, right? I don't know if it's that. I don't know about having really out there Life is Strange dreams like that. That is kind of crazy. Daniel, Elise said Daniel has the same birthday as me, so don't disrespect the birthday twin like that. Hey, I'm not the one that had a dream that ended with him exploding.
Alex, what are you doing? Whispers Steph from behind me. It's okay, Steph, I say, lowering my hands to either side of my body and stepping forward. All at once, Clover and Steph gasp, and Mayor Biggs flinches, but he takes half a step back anyway, red aura twisting in on itself like a smoke cloud forcing itself into an origami shape in the sky, geometric outlines turning over each and folding into magenta, and I realize he might be bluffing. This isn't the man you are, Griffin Biggs, I say. You love your daughters more than anything, all 13 of them. His eyes grow even wider as it sinks in that I know more about him than he realized. So you've done some Googling, he spits. No, I say. I've studied. I know you're a broken man, and your life has been full of the greatest joys anyone can know. I glance over my shoulder at Clover with a smile, then turn back to Biggs, pointing at the magnolia across the yard. And the greatest sorrows. He doesn't follow my finger. He doesn't need to. Blue explodes all around us, suffocating and heavy. I look down at the grass as it withers rapidly beneath my feet, the plants in the yard, the trees, all of them bending and convulsing as the life is sucked from them. They brown and shrivel, and lastly, so does the magnolia. Everything around us, everything Biggs has cultivated here, is dying. I turn back to him and reach my hand out to him, acting like I'm trying to keep him at bay. But I'm in. I'm standing in a hospital room, and I immediately remember standing beside my mom as she squeezes my hand as hard as she can. I barely feel it, but no, this isn't my memory. It's the memory of Griffin Biggs. And there he sits, cradling a tiny, tiny bundle wrapped in pink. He's facing away from me, shoulders trembling as he rocks back and forth. Griffy? Comes a voice from nearby. A gentle voice, much like Clover's, but slightly older, smoother. I look to the hospital bed, where I find a woman in her 40s with messy, dark waves of hair falling over her shoulder. She opens her eyes groggily and moves her hands to sit up. "How is she?" she asks him. He sits, frozen, staring back at her. "How's our little girl?" My heart is thundering in the silence, so hard that it feels like the loudest thing in the room.
Wow, that is that is definitely gonna be the darkest playthrough, at least. If all of that is going to happen. Woo. Well, technically it's not all bad, because if you're gonna let Warren beat up Nathan, then technically that's a good thing. Still. So there's that. So it ain't all bad.
Wisteria's eyes wander from Biggs to the bundle and then back up. Her smile falls. "Honey?" she asks. And I'm back. I feel my cheeks wet with tears, and I look up at the gun pointed at my face, the man holding it, at that blue aura around his head. "The greatest," I repeat, searching for words. "The greatest sorrows. But, Mayor Biggs, you have 12 of life's greatest joys, don't you? And 13 reasons to put the gun down and do the right thing." Biggs' eyes dart from me to Clover behind me, and then back to my eyes, his wild and crazy. 14, thunders Clover from behind me, hand over her middle. She steps out from behind me, behind my wall of protection, and in front of me and Steph, staring down her own father. "Clover," I say. "It's okay, Alex. I know what I'm doing," she assures me, glancing over her shoulder with a faint smile, weary and sad. "Look around you, Daddy," Clover says. "We grew up here. This is our home. You taught us to fight for what matters, for what we believe in. Well, I believe in Barbazal." I feel Steph reach forward and grab my hand, squeezing tightly, her fingers trembling in mine. I turn and pull her close against me, both of us still behind Clover. "Alex," Steph says, and she doesn't have to say more. I understand. There are so many things I could say to her right now. I love you. I'm scared too. I'm sorry. "I know," I say, burying my face in her neck as I hear Clover continue. "You can't just uproot us all," she hisses. "Some of us, literally." I hear a movement of fabric and realize she's probably gesturing to the magnolia. "Now," she says defiantly. I feel her hand rest on my shoulder. "You're going to put the gun down, and you're going to let these two lovely ladies go on to Fort Collins, where they can play their music and change the world for the better." I feel a gentle squeeze on my shoulder. They've already changed Barbazal's. I look up at Clover in absolute shock. "What?" In a single day, I sent her little sister to the hospital, outed her boyfriend baby daddy as a low-life politician ass-kissing sellout, and provoked her father to commit at least one felony. Well, I guess that last one's still unproven in court. Still, the first two would be offense enough to shoot me herself.
Elise. Elise said not the L word. That's a strong word. Love. Cringe. Uh am I gonna finish the audiobook tonight? Most likely, yeah. Cause we only got what? About like 2 hours left of the book. So So yeah, most likely we'll finish it tonight. Elise said, "What's after this one?" Ooh, well, that one's gonna be a surprise, and that one I actually have something to show after we're done during the sign off. I definitely have something to show for what's gonna come after. Well, as I said, Elise, that is on the list, but there is a bunch of stuff that's gonna have to come before that. So that is uh that is definitely on the list to play. No, Elise, I don't hate you. It's just that there's definitely a build up to that first. Cuz there's plans. There's plans for that.
But I study her smile and realize something. I guess Clover really does value the truth above all else. All else. Ugh, growls Mayor Biggs, shaking the gun at the three of us. Clover spreads her arms to shield me and Steph and whispers, "Stay behind me." Slowly, Clover begins to walk backwards, and we move with her. "Clover!" exclaims Biggs, his voice gruff and unrecognizable as the buttery-voiced, warm-smiling man who told Steph and me all about Augustus Jeremiah Oscar Rhett Barbazal II back at the statue. "Just where the hell do you think you're going?" "I'm leaving, Daddy," she says, her once strong voice now soft yet sure. We look ridiculous, I'm sure, like something out of a silent film. Steph and I huddled behind Clover, who walks backwards, shielding us as we make our way to the other side of the backyard.
No problem, Elise. We'll be here. We'll probably be here still by the time you'll be back.
Around the side of the house and to the front yard. We continue our shuffle across the circular front driveway and down the hill until Mayor Biggs, now maybe 30 feet away from us, standing up on his front porch, gun at his side, studies us. "You're not going anywhere easily," he growls. I can hear the shaking in his voice. It sends a chill through me. The hell is he doing? What does he know that he's not saying? And then I look behind us at the tree line, and I remember that it's at least a mile walk downhill into town. "Clover," whispers Steph when we reach the steps leading down from the property and stop. What does he mean? I glance over at the trees again, knowing what comes next. "Run," whispers Clover to us, and suddenly we're all bounding down the hill, dodging trees and roots and sticks, rocketing through the forest like our lives depend on it. Bang! 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 Crunches an explosion of leaves to my right, and the realization sinks in. These aren't warning shots. 15. Biggs. Purple explodes through the air, emanating from all three of us, hot and scathing like a nuclear blast. Violet knives rain from the sky, searing through my flesh as every ounce of adrenaline in my body surges forth. "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit!" screams Steph. "Is he really trying to fucking kill us?" Bang! Bark splinters away from a tree to my left, sending shards of wood cascading over my head.
Dang, we got ourselves a good old action chase movie over here with running through the woods while getting shot at. Apparently, this has become life is action movie at this point.
I scream, startled and trip, my hands finding jagged earth. Steph is under my arm in seconds, hauling me to my feet. We run on. Bang! Is he planning on chasing us all the way into town? I scream. Just to the end of the property line, hollers Clover. I hear the implied, I hope, at the end of that sentence, but I shake my head and run on. There's an I hope thundering through my chest right now, too. I force whatever power I have left in my body into my legs. I run for Steph. I run for me. I run for Barbazol. I run for the car and my guitar and Steph's drum kit and our gig tonight. We can make it. We can all make it. We just have to show the world the truth. The end of the tree line glows with brilliant midday sunlight, and I sprint for the finish line. Steph and Clover bolt into the open field past the trees, and I follow, my fingers grazing the last tree when, bang! The force hits me first, like a wayward branch snapping free from a tree and knocking me forward. Alex! I hear Steph scream from somewhere that feels far away. So far away. I see her turn, and everything fades into slow motion. Alex, oh my God! I hit the ground so hard and fast I don't have time to think. Pain explodes through my right calf, and I wonder, through the foggy haze clouding my mind, whether my leg is gone entirely. I blink my eyes open, my eyelashes crunching against the leaves, and suddenly my arms are lifted and then the rest of me. Damn it, Clover! Move out of the way! I won't, Daddy. I'm leaving, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're... His voice is softer somewhere behind me now, sadder, heavier. I can put weight on my left leg. I test the ground with it, hard and sturdy and water deprived. I test my right leg. Nope. I go down. Or at least I would have if Steph and Clover hadn't been under each arm to stabilize me.
No problem, Anise. Have a good night. Have a good rest, and sweet dreams. Hopefully, none of your dreams involve Daniel exploding this time.
It's her calf, comes Steph's voice. We have to get her to a hospital. Closest one's in Strathma. How far is that? Asks Steph. 20 minutes. I hope you know how to make a tourniquet, says Steph as she and Clover hobble me forward. I didn't join JROTC to stare out a window, smiles Clover. I look over my shoulder at Mayor Biggs one last time, a blue aura christening his head, thin and fragile, falling in streams around him and running down my arms and legs like water. His arms go limp at his side, and he drops the gun at his feet. It tumbles over itself down the hill until it comes to rest in the grass under some leaves. His face is tear-stained, his eyes wincing in what looks like physical pain. I know that look. I remember that look from when Dad got the phone call from the hospital. The last one we'd ever get about Mom. I remember that look from the mirror after Gabe died. Clover lets go of my arm and scrambles to grab the gun. At first, I think she might fire it right back at her dad, but to my relief, she clicks the safety on and shoves the gun into the back of her jeans. Clover, he whimpers. Please. Where are you going? I expect Clover to tell him to fuck off, or tell him she's going to Denver to start a new life with Jonah, or with herself, or whomever. But she doesn't say any of that. She doesn't say anything. Clover, he now hollers. And then he lunges at us. Alex, he grunts as he bounds down the hill. Holy shit, run, hollers Steph. But of course, between Steph and Clover holding me up, and me without the use of my Holy shit, now that I notice it, my whole calf and foot feel wet. I hope that isn't. A strong pair of arms grips my leg, and I go down. Please, he cries. Get off me, I holler, kicking my good leg wildly under his grip. I shuffle backward through the leaves and sticks and grass. Please, you have to listen, he cries. I stop. His teeth are gritted, his eyes clamped shut. He's breathing like he's just run a marathon when I'm the one that's been shot. I'm about to start kicking at him again, but then I notice his aura. It's no longer blue, it's purple. Brilliant, sharp purple, sharp as swords, growing up from the ground, unavoidable and deadly. Mayor Biggs is scared to death of something he can't outrun. Of what? Losing Clover? Probably. My safety? Not likely. He's the one who fucking shot me after all. You can't tell anyone about this, he says, lowering his voice to almost a whisper. Oh, yes, you fucking can, spits Steph, squatting and scooping my arm into hers. I look up at her with a look that I hope is apologetic and also pleading. Wait, Steph, I say. I look back to Biggs, whose face by now is twisted into a grimace of despair. He hesitantly peels his fingers away from my good leg, and for the very first time, I get a good look at my bad leg. It's soaked red. Blood has seeped through my jeans, my socks, my shoes. I feel the blood rushing away from my head, and everything starts rotating. Suddenly, Steph's arms are under both of mine, and she kneels beside me, cradling me against her. I'm good, I say. Just a little dizzy. It's not a lie. I am good, but I'm also grateful I can't see the back of my own calf from this angle. I don't want to know what it looks like. Clover doesn't waste a second. She shoots her father a scathing glance and kneels beside me, untying the sweater from around her waist and tying the sleeves around my leg, just above the knee. She picks up a nearby branch, cracks it across her knee, and slips one half under the tie, twisting and twisting. Hey, I call out. Does it have to be that tight? If you don't want to bleed out, says Steph. It's not that serious, analyzes Clover. Looks like it went clean through. Most of the bleeding is stopped, but we can't be too careful until we can get you to a hospital. She glares at her father again, who's now kneeling and staring down at his own hands, open, palms up, shoulders trembling as he cries. You'd better get to talking, hisses Clover. Thanks to you, Alex doesn't have all day. He sniffs, drags his arm across his eyes and nose, and looks up at me like a child begging forgiveness for breaking their parents' favorite vase. Alex, he says, you have to understand, this job, the title of mayor, his voice practically sings the word, is more than a job to me. He takes so long to continue. At first I wonder if he's waiting for me to respond. He clenches his fist, that purple aura as vibrant as ever. That all you had to say? Asks Clover, cold as ice. But I stare at that aura, and I know, beyond anything, there's more he wishes he could say. And why can't he? I reach out, and I'm in. I'm standing again, which is strange, both legs perfectly intact. I'm back in that living room with the green chairs, the TV on across the room, with the ferns and the vines and the foliage sprouting from baseboards and windows and couches. Flowers now blooming from every piece of greenery in the room. Garlands of pink and purple blooms burst from every inch of the vines now. Petals rain down from the ceiling, and everywhere people cheer, throwing hats in the air and popping champagne. A dozen little girls chase each other around with red, white, and blue party poppers, and a couple squarely in front of the TV share an embrace and a warm kiss, smiles tugging at their lips, each of their heads encircled with the daisy chain. A few vines creep up from the floor and wrap tenderly around their feet and ankles, knitting them together. She rests her hand against his cheek before pulling away and beaming up at him. You did it, Griffey, she laughs, a huge yellow lily tucked behind her ear. You're the mayor of Barbazal. He takes her hands warmly in his, and it's then that I notice the single joyful tear rolling down his cheek. We did it, Wisteria. And then royal purple explodes through the room, whipping right through me like a winter chill as every flower, every vine, every leaf curls up on itself and withers away into brown, mangled death. Big's eyes tear away from his wife as he looks around. No, he pleads. The girls, one by one, sink into chairs, collapse onto the floor, exhausted, eyes fluttering as they're overcome with sudden fatigue. They're literally wilting. Daddy? Asks one of the youngest. What's happening? Asks another. Biggs watches helplessly as his precious daughters wilt around him, and then finally, Wisteria's eyes flutter shut. She collapses forward into his arms, and he scrambles to cradle her. Darlin', darlin', no! My fingertips freeze, and then my hands and my arms follow as the world around me rushes past in a vortex until I'm sitting on the rock-hard ground among the leaves and the sticks, my tourniqueted leg pulsing with pain. And in front of me, a heartbroken shell of a man, Mayor Biggs, kneels, tears dripping from his chin. It's all I have left, he says. Please, you have to understand. Clover stands, arms folded, dead silent, as her father pours his heart out to me. You can't take that away from me, he says with a sniff. Please. She didn't, says Steph. You took it away from yourself when you threatened us. And when you shot Alex. I know, he whimpers. I know, and you'd be well within your right to go straight to the authorities, but I have to ask your mercy. You want us to keep quiet? Asks Clover. After all of this? Daddy, you need help. What do you expect, huh? He asks, raising his hands to gesture all around us. When my girls all left home and the two left despise me? Daddy, I don't, says Clover, softening, but she straightens again suddenly. Don't make yourself the victim here. This isn't about you or your job or how you pushed your own family away after Mama died. Damn. That would be a knife in the heart of any family man, but Mayor Biggs' aura stays purple, and that tells me all I need to know. Mayor Biggs, I begin, and all eyes turn to me, the center of this discussion. I guess since I'm the one who took the bullet, I'm the one who gets to decide whether to report the injury. I've met people like you before, people who choose their career over their families. I remember Dad dragging himself through the front door after a long day at his dead-end job, too tired to even eat, let alone prepare something for Gabe and me. And certainly not the way Mom did. She used to make fried rice and lo mein. If only I'd have the rice ready by the time she got home from work. Mom wasn't living at home anymore by then, at the hospital for days, weeks, months, and finally, we learned, forever. But I kept making the rice, hoping she'd walk through that door until that last call from the hospital. And once she was gone, most nights, the rice was all we had for dinner. And then all we had in the house. Gabe was furious. She's a kid. How the hell is she supposed to build a body and grow up strong if she doesn't have food, Dad? You watch your tone. Don't you think I'm doing everything I can? Working extra hours, working faster, leaving before you're even up, back after you're supposed to be in bed? And finally, when he realized he couldn't do it anymore, someone will come. That woman from CPS. Someone. I'm sorry. He left. Even if it was in self-preservation, it didn't hurt any less. But as I stare at Mayor Biggs, I feel tears burn my eyes. People who throw themselves into something, anything else, to cover up the pain of their past, even if it means neglecting the ones they love, abandoning what was once the most important thing to them. A whimper escapes his lips, and I lean in closer until pain shoots up my thigh and I wince. Alex, we need to get you to a hospital before this gets worse, urges Clover, reaching down and gripping my arm to support me to stand, but I don't. I stay right here. And I realize this is what I had hoped to see from Jonah Macon. This kind of remorse, this clear turning point, a moment that might mean the future of Barbazal. And I have a second chance right here, right now, with Mayor Biggs. You have a choice, I continue. You can continue to run from your pain. You can keep covering it up. He winces and sniffs again. Or you can reach out to your daughters, hold them close, put away this idea of paving over your family's history with a theme park. Stop trying to bury what you're feeling under the guise of doing what's best for Barbazal tomorrow. Because the Barbazal of today needs you. They need water, and they trust you to lead them to greener pastures. He's solemn and painfully quiet, digging his thumbnails into his nail beds and peeling away a hangnail, fraught with nerves. It's time to put him out of his misery. I won't report this, I say. He looks up at me with wide, unbelieving eyes. You won't? He croaks. Why would I ask. It won't help anything. You'll just be a sad, lonely man in prison. And Barbazal will move on with that theme park with or without you, burying the history of all the hard-working farmers and diner owners and mechanics who have called this place home since they were born. Biggs blinks once or twice in disbelief, and I squeeze Clover's hand, indicating I'm ready to go. My leg is still screaming, and I grimace against the pain as she and Steph help me to my feet, or my one good foot. I won't report you, Mayor Biggs, because I think you and I both know, I say as I hobble to turn around, draping my arms over Steph and Clover's shoulders. You have work to do. He nods frantically, and even after I turn my head and focus on balancing my weight between Clover and Steph as they help me across the field to the town square, I know he's sincere. I've had days, weeks to dwell on what happened to Jed. Righteous flares of anger turning to disgust and then sadness, then the recognition that only letters of contrition are left to him now. Biggs' bullet has pierced me deeper than Jed's, but that doesn't mean a cell for him is the best way to help this town. I hear him shuffle his fingers in the sticks and leaves and grunt as he stands to his feet. Yes, he says behind me. Yes, I do, Alex. He's silent for a long while, and I wonder if he's just going to let us go? Take my words to heart? Save the whole city? Is this the part where Steph, Clover, and I walk off into the sunset? Or I guess, to the car? So we can replace these pistons and get me to somewhere with some serious pain meds? Clover? He asks, his footsteps getting louder in my ears. I look to Clover for direction, but she marches on, her eyes fixed directly ahead. She's not going to stop for him. I look to my left, where I find Steph's face so close to me. I look into her eyes. Hers glance back at Biggs, and I hope she understands, in the silence between us, that the choice is up to him. We can only hope he makes the right one. I want to be in this baby's life, he says. Warmth floods me, and relief. Clover freezes, and I hear a soft grunt escape her throat. I want, he continues. Well, I guess I've been doing a lot of talking about what I want. Whatever you want, Clover. I want to support you. Promise you that. Just don't shut me out. Not totally. His voice cracks. Please. Silence passes, and I wonder if Clover is going to say anything this time. Okay, she whispers. What? He asks, clearly making sure he heard her right. I said okay. she says, looking at me for permission. I nod and slip my own arm from her shoulder. I never wanted to shut you out, she sighs. But I don't know how I can have you in my life and the Barbazal I know and love. He shrugs. Sorry, Clover. I'm afraid Barbazal has already signed a contract with the Water Republic of Denver. I can't reverse it. There's nothing I can do. I know, she says, turning and supporting my arm again, spurring us forward. That's why I'm going to. Alarm bells ring through my head. Steph looks at me and asks a single question. Alex? She asks the same thing I'm thinking. Clover, what are you planning?
Well, that is, well, a lot. Plus, at the very least, at least they got doing the emotions, getting the mayor to calm down. You know, not continuing to get shot at was great, especially considering you already been shot in the leg and are already hobbling around, losing blood. So you definitely got some hospital trip to go to at this point to get that bullet wound treated. But hopefully you're able to get everything sorted. But you still got Jonah to deal with, so there's that. Like you kind of got the Mayor Biggs situation taken care of for the most part right now. But Jonah is the next big issue to deal with because we still don't really know where he ran off to. Because we've been dealing with the mayor kidnapping and all of that at the moment, so definitely need to get on figuring that situation out.
16. The car. The car is exactly where we left it, parked safely at Elias's shop, tucked away in the garage. With each step, or for me, hobble, I wince more and more. Jesus, fuck, this burns. I keep my eyes on that burgundy wonder that got us from Haven Springs to, well, almost to here. Steph lets out a relieved sigh and steps forward, resting her hands on the trunk. Missed you, girl, she says. Clover grunts. You talk to this car like you're talking to a horse. About 6 horsepower if you count the one on the dash, says Steph, swinging the back door open and scooping her arms underneath my good leg. Now, help me get this one out to pasture. Steph and Clover gently lift me between them and help me into the back seat. Fuck, it hurts. I yelp in pain as my hurt leg whacks the center console. Fuck! I scream. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, cries Steph, cupping her hands over her mouth as frantically as if she'd been the one to whack her shot leg on something. Are you okay? Yep, I grimace, gripping the seat and scooching my way deeper into the car until my head clears the door. Steph leans forward into the car and asks, Need anything? Before we go, I mean. Got any whiskey? I ask. Wow, it is bad, she says, smiling. That's not even your drink of choice. Better than a shot of bedazzled kiwi schnapps. I try to smile up at her, but a wince takes over as another splintering pain rips through my leg. Now I'm happy to help y'all on your way, Clover says, but I need a question answered first. What's that? Asks Steph. I need to know who Jonah made the deal with about this damn power siphoning. She wants me to out a politician on intel that I gathered with my powers? Absolutely no way am I telling her that. What if it gets back to me, to Steph? I glance at her, and her face tells me all I need to know.
Alrighty. Another commercial. So, another ad break. So, we'll take another little break, and then we will continue uh once their ads are done, because the ads are going to be starting in a couple of seconds. Oh, there you go. Got 2 minutes 50 seconds. About a minute left. Okay. So we're back. All right, let's continue.
This isn't my choice to make. It's both of ours. I I don't know. I say. Silence hangs in the air between the two of us. You're a god-awful liar, says Clover, stepping up to the car and leaning against the driver's side door. Red radiates from her, filling the room with a shower of sparks spraying in all directions. I flinch, and the quick jerk sends another shock wave of pain through my leg. We're not going anywhere until you prove to me you haven't been lying this whole time. If you learned something from Jonah, she says, resting a hand over her stomach, it's my right to know. You're really gonna do this now? Hisses Steph, motioning to me, while my girlfriend is in excruciating pain from a gunshot wound. Steph, don't. And then the word girlfriend sinks in. My eyes find hers, and I can't help but smile weakly, though this pain is searing hot. Clover remains immovable, and I quickly realize there's no other way out of this. Luckily, Steph and I think alike. Tell her, Alex, she says. It's the only way to get you help. I sigh, knowing she's right. I level my eyes at Clover and say the name so sharply I hope it hurts her. Brickleby, I admit. It was Senator Brickleby. Happy? Quiet, she says, grinning cunningly before stepping around to the passenger side and swinging the door open. The engine hums to life, a sound I've waited for what feels like weeks. We back out of Elias's shop, and I look around as we peel out of the driveway and down the highway, hoping to catch a glimpse of anyone. Elias, Silas, Owen, Anita, Opal? We didn't say goodbye to any of them. And I guess I didn't help them either, unless Mayor Biggs decides to do something about it. And who knows how genuine those tears were. Anyone will cry at the thought of losing family, no matter how distant. I push myself to sitting with a weary groan, and I see Steph's judging eyes in the rearview mirror. Alex, please sit still. I'm just putting on my seatbelt, I protest. Bleeding or not, I'm more likely to die in an accident if you're going to drive this fast. I'm doing 80. It's not a big deal, she says. In a 55? asks Clover. Darius'll have your neck. What, is Darius the one cop in Barbazal? After a moment, Clover nods. Actually, yeah. Steph and Clover look at each other, and I see something I never thought I'd see 5 minutes ago. They smile at each other. Hey, says Clover. Sorry. I just knew I wouldn't get that information out of Jonah, and I just had to know. How am I supposed to fix this problem if I can't find the root of it? I don't know, replies Steph. All I know is Alex and I have a gig to play in 9 hours with a 6-hour drive ahead of us and a fucking bullet wound to address first. Steph sighs in exhaustion. Sorry, Alex, she says. Your leg is the priority. Her voice cracks. I so wanted to make it to Fort Collins. My heart shatters into a million pieces for her. Steph, who only wanted the open road and the wind in her hair, who wanted that with me. Because of me, our car broke down. Because of me, we took our sweet time stuck in Barbazal, and now we're going to miss Fort Collins by mere hours because of my gunshot wound. I look down at my leg. The pain subsided a bit. I can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess I'll find out. I turn my knee. From the tourniquet down, my leg is bright red, and I wonder if Clover tied it too tight. Am I at risk of a blood clot with this thing being wound so many times? A wave of nausea washes over me. I quickly force my eyes away, focusing on the trees flying past us out the window instead. Breathe, Alex. I let my mind meander. How long could I sit here in this car with this bullet in my... And before you even think about it, Alex, we are not driving to Fort Collins until you've been given the all clear at the hospital. Y'all won't make it to Fort Collins in time then. The silence settles into the car like a thick, stuffy cloud that we all struggle to breathe through. The truth settles with it. We're not making it to Fort Collins. At least not tonight. Hope you plan on spending the night with us at the hospital then, says Steph, because we're not pushing ourselves past our limit anymore. We're tired, we're hungry, one of us has been shot, thanks to your dad. More silence before Steph sighs. Anyway, apology accepted. Really? The hell else am I gonna do? Asks Steph. Carry a grudge forever? I can't help but smile. She's so quick to forgive. That's my Steph. Tough outer shell, soft and gooey inside. Besides, she says, shifting her weight in the driver's seat.
Alex, really? Soft and gooey inside. That is certainly one way of phrasing that. I'm pretty sure we entered your fantasies again, Alex, but alright. I try not to take it too much considering, you got shot in the leg. So well, this time you actually did get shot. Instead of the bullet actually grazing you, you literally did get shot in the leg. So I'll give you one. I'll give you one. But next fantasy that slips loose with your inner thoughts there, we're gonna need to have a talk.
I turn my gaze back to the window where I find a gap in the trees and see a huge gray wall in the distance, maybe 100 yards from the road, rising up to the sky. Without help from an army, you're not going to take down the dam by yourself. And then I notice the crowd gathered around the bottom, on either side of a 10-feet wide river of water, more like a creek, really. And they're all staring, hands up to shield their eyes from the late morning sun at the very tip top. And who stands on the very tip top of the dam? A man in electric blue shorts and a gray shirt. One person can't take down a dam, says Steph, still waxing poetic to Clover. But he's gonna fucking try, I realize. Stop the car, I demand.
Well, at least we know where Jonah went. Uh, how he's gonna bring down the dam is a whole other question.
"17. The dam. The minute the car screeches to a halt, my seatbelt is off. Alex, what the hell are you doing? Screams Steph as I lean my body out of the back seat and mean for my good leg to find the ground, but it catches on the edge and I spill onto the pavement along the shoulder of the highway. Making things right, I groan, pushing myself to my feet, slowly, painfully. Clover's out of the car too and around the side to help me up. Steph joins eventually, after getting over how stunned she is, I'm sure. Are you trying to die out here? She thunders. Forget what I said about Fort Collins. I just want you to be okay. Please get back in the car. You don't get it, Steph, I blurt out, even as she helps me forward. My good leg finds dry, withered grassy patch after dried, withered grassy patch as I explain. When I met Jonah up there at the house, past the woods by the lake, I talked to him, but I didn't tell you how it went. Oh no, Alex, you didn't. Didn't what? Asks Clover. I glance at Steph, who returns my gaze with her own. What the hell do we tell Clover? That I wormed my way into her boyfriend's memories and sent him running off into the woods, terrified of his greatest fears realized, afraid to lose her and lose Barbazal? Even more afraid than losing the election? Alex has a way with words, explains Steph. She probably just told Jonah how dire the situation with the dam is, and he didn't take it well. What? Asked Clover, who only now notices the enormous crowd gathering at the base of the dam up ahead. Holy shit, she says, turning her gaze slightly upward. Oh my god, is that... Jonah Macon, Steph and I say in unison. What the hell did you say to him? Cries Clover. What if he jumps? He won't, I say. You seem damn sure for someone who met him yesterday. I told you, Alex has a way with words. She knows people, and if she says Jonah won't jump, then I believe her. Well, says Clover, gently stepping out from under my arm as Steph takes all my weight upon her. My baby's father's life depends on her being right. She jogs ahead, cupping her hands around her mouth and hollering, Jonah Macon, you get your ass down from there right this minute. I can't help but note Clover's tone. She's taken on the sharpness of a southern grandmother, hollering at her grandkids to come home from the creek, 'cause it's getting dark out, even though he's probably too high up to hear any of us from way back here. Jonah Macon, atop the dam, takes a seat. He swings his legs over the edge, and I gasp, along with everyone else in the crowd. I was so confident before that he wouldn't jump, but now, with him sitting up there and his legs swinging like that. We join the spectators at the back, and I hear their whispers now. Is that little Joni Macon? Is this some kind of demonstration? He better not jump or his daddy will be heartbroken. And then I hear two voices I recognize. His daddy's the one person here who wouldn't be heartbroken, says Bobby from Bobby's Books. He'd better get down from there before the news gets wind of this, replies Paisley. Alex, what do we do? Whispers Steph. I don't know, I say. I truly don't. Do I just march forward, hobble forward, and demand to talk to him? Talking to him got us into this mess. This is all my fault. I crept into his memories, his sadness, his fears, and made them more intense just to further my own agenda. My chest sinks with the weight of the question. Am I no better than Senator Brickleby? I can't leave things like this. I have to do something. Can't you talk to him? Asks Steph. I couldn't get up there on top of the dam if I wanted to, I say. Besides, I think if he saw me again, he'd just panic and be even more afraid. Why? It's time to confess. I kind of grabbed a hold of his fears and dialed them up a bit. Yeah, we talked about that. His fears about the environment going to shit, she asks before she sees my face and realizes this was something far, far less ethical. Alex, what fears did you dial up? I sigh, shame washing over me like a freezing cold wave. Jonah Macon isn't afraid of the environment wasting away. What he's most afraid of is failure. He's afraid of everyone he knows and loves thinking he's an utter waste of oxygen, especially... I glance up ahead to where I see Clover worming her way through the crowd. Especially Clover, I say, and I lower my voice. Especially their child. Steph gasps. You told Jonah they think he's a failure? Well, no, not exactly, I offer, looking at her. But her eyes narrow at me, glance at me up and down like she doesn't recognize me. Tears prick my eyes. I'd give anything to never have to see her look at me like that ever again. A red aura springs to life around her head. Damn it. You said you were going to be careful, she snaps. I told you, playing with people's emotions was dangerous, and now look what you've done. Steph, I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me, she hisses. Apologize to Jonah. He's up there all by himself, thinking his friends and family think he's a failure. What do you think he's thinking up there? Inches from death. Talk to him, Alex. You have to. I look up at him, leaning his elbows on his knees, resting his face in his hands, sitting atop the thing siphoning power back to Denver that he helped build. The sky darkens like a bruise, purple and angry, rain falling in purple tears around us, and I look to Steph. You lied to me, she says, her red aura growing, bleeding into the purple air around us like watercolor. No, I shake my head. No, I did my best. But I don't get a chance to finish. Lightning flashes around us, yanking me back to Jonah, and now, when I look up at him, I see what he sees. All around, there's not a human to be seen. Just huge purple blotches so dark they look almost black. Glowing white teeth and eyes face Jonah, mouths hissing hungrily as if they might climb the dam and eat him alive. I have to get up there, I say, mostly to myself, but Steph hears me. What? She cries, pulling at my arm. You are absolutely not going up there. Can't you yell at him from here or call him? Steph, if I don't go up there, I say, Jonah may not make it down. But if you go up there, you might scare him down, she says, glancing back up at him. I follow her gaze, remembering how Jonah and I ended our conversation, with him making up the quickest excuse, any excuse, to get the hell away from me. A thought strikes me like a sack of bricks. What if, by dialing up Jonah's fear of failure, I also made Jonah afraid of the thing that made him afraid? What if Jonah is afraid of me? What if he's afraid of what I'll do if he doesn't do something about the dam, about the environment, about Barbazal's future? Steph is right, I realize. I can't go up there, and I can't be the one to talk to him. Jonah Macon, I know you can hear me, hollers Clover's bullhorn-like voice from among the crowd, her own red filling the air around us, battling his purple with glowing fury. Come down from there right now, and let's talk about this. Her accent is coming in strong now that she's angry. Whatever the hell kind of notions you've got in that head of yours, you need to talk to someone. Just talk to me. I look back up to Jonah. He's painfully still, unmoving, unwavering. He says nothing. Clover's shoulders slump in defeat, but she's not giving up quite yet. I know you've been overwhelmed with the election and everything, she says. I remember the baby they're about to bring into the world together, and it strikes a bolt of pain through my chest at the thought that this child could grow up without a father if I don't do something quick. I can hear the tears in Clover's voice as she continues. But like you said, we're gonna make it, right? She turns to the crowd around her, the purple monsters, some with cameras now, all eyes on her now. We've got to make it. Affirmative yeahs and ums and even a preach from the crowd indicate she has their ears. Jonah Macon will bring home the bacon, she yells to everyone who will listen. Jonah Macon will bring home the bacon. With each repetition, more voices join the chorus. Jonah Macon will bring home the bacon. Jonah Macon will bring home the bacon. Jonah Macon will bring home the bacon. Jonah pushes himself to his feet. The chanting crowd of blotchy gremlins clips into a series of gasps and shrieks. He's gonna jump, cries a nearby elderly woman frantically. But he doesn't. He stands there, and he yells. Clover? He calls, his voice echoing across the vast fields now that the crowd is dead silent. Thank you for your kind words and your kindness. But I have thought about this for a long time, and I've made my decision. This unwavering purple storm begins to swirl in the sky like someone is stirring the clouds with a giant spoon. No! I hear Clover's voice bark, her red cloud flaring against his, beating the darkness back. I'm not gonna jump, he assures the crowd. Everyone, including me, breathes a huge sigh of relief. Thank God. But I am going to keep my promise. I have something to admit to you all. Wait, what? He's not going to. I've been keeping something secret from you for a long, long time. Wee-oo, wee-oo. A police siren wails right behind me, and I turn to see the flashing blue and red lights and a short man climb out of the driver's seat holding an actual bullhorn. His badge number says 001 next to the name, Darius. I roll my eyes. Of course. The one cop in Barbazal. How's he going to help this situation? Darius lifts the bullhorn to his lips. Jonah Macon, this is Officer Darius. I'm going to need you to come down from there immediately. I need to borrow that, hollers Clover, marching her way back through the crowd, past me and Steph, until she reaches Officer Darius. Hey, Jonah Henry Elias Macon, you have until the count of 3 to get yourself down from there and start talking some sense. 1. Officer Darius snatches it back before she can continue. Miss Biggs, I can't let you do that, he says. You don't understand. And they go back and forth like that while I look at Steph, and I'm pretty sure she's thinking what I'm thinking. Clover is not the person to talk some sense into Jonah Macon. She's too close to him, too involved. It's like a therapist who's already best friends with their client. It's definitely not going to work. But who then? I can't be the one. I'm the amplifier of his trauma. I think back to Mayor Biggs, who's in his own horrific mental state after today. No. Steph doesn't know the details of the situation. She doesn't know Jonah like I do, like Clover does. Clover's voice pierces my brain, ringing out what she said crystal clearly. Jonah Henry Elias Macon. Elias? Wait, that Elias? Is... I rewind my brain way back. All the way back to that first memory I saw here in Barbazal. The flashy red classic car with the white wall tires. The $1 million smile from Mr. Jonah Macon. A far cry from the tortured, confused man sitting atop the Barbazal Dam about to admit something to everyone he's ever known and loved. He's waving to his followers, his supporters, his local donors, his voters, looking effortlessly carefree and happy. And then there's Elias. Standing in front of Elias's shop, hands in his pockets, scowl on his face. Jonah's mouth flattens ever so slightly, in fact, that I almost miss it. No way. I've been lying to you all, comes Jonah's voice, breaking me from my spell. About everything. About who I am. About what I've done. His voice is falling apart up there as he says, This dam isn't making Barbazal more money. A series of gasps ripples through the crowd, and Steph turns to me. Alex, what do I do? I'm freaking out here. What if he does something crazy? She cries. This sounds like some kind of final statement or something. What if everything's about to go sideways? This dam is producing enough hydropower to power Barbazal, and even some of Denver. And with the money it makes selling power back to Denver, it costs the state of Colorado less in public funding. What's he saying? Asks an older gentleman from a few rows up. He's saying the dam is costing us funding, comes the voice of the woman beside him. Damn these city slickers coming in here, damming up our river, taking our money. Another voice from deeper into the crowd calls out. Making money off our backs? They're taking away our water to pay Denver? Cries someone else. The whole crowd of hissing monsters growls and snarls up at him, feral and vengeful. God damn it, this is getting so out of hand so fast. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I reach into my back pocket and find my phone. What are you doing? Asks Steph, clearly losing it. Calling Ethan? I shake my head, finding Elias's shop on maps, and click the phone number, then dial. Ring. Oh, thank God. I finally got a signal out here. Who? Elias. Ring. What? Why? Jonah raises his hand like a true politician for silence. It doesn't work. With each passing moment, there are more, what the hell is he doing? And I can't believe all this time. Ring. I'm sorry, he calls out to the crowd. From the bottom of my heart of hearts, I'm sorry. To my friends and my family. To Clover. Ring. I freeze, feeling a shock zip up my body. I find Clover in the crowd, looking pale, still as a tree, unmoving, clearly not knowing what the hell he's thinking, telling everyone in Barbazal that they're together. Let me make things right, he pleads. Ring. Then Jonah disappears over the other side of the dam. What the hell? Asks Steph. Where is he? Asks someone in the crowd. What's he doing? Screams another. Ring. He reemerges, sending a surge of chatter through the audience, which is maybe 400 people strong now. He lifts something over his head. Looks like a long stick, a broom? No. It's a sledgehammer. Wham! It comes down hard enough against the wall to send a loud clang through the air. Metal on metal. Oh my God, Alex, cries Steph. He's trying to bring down the whole dam. And if that thing comes down, he's going with it, I whisper, the full realization sinking in. Can he bring down a whole dam by himself? She asks. Wham! A spark sizzles out of the wall to his left, some kind of control panel. He doesn't need to break down the whole dam, I manage, my voice shaky. He just needs to get into that control box. He's going to overload it. Does he know what happens when a dam breaks? Steph asks urgently, squeezing my wrist and taking a step back. Y'all might want to move, he hollers as he brings down the sledgehammer again. Wham! I shake my head, totally unable to think. My chest feels tight, and my skin crawls with what feel like little bugs. This is way too much. All of it is just so much. Hello? Comes the aggravated voice on the other end of the receiver. I'm so startled I falter, and my leg gives out underneath me. Steph isn't quick enough to catch me, and I fall to the ground, dropping the phone from my hands. Searing pain rips through my leg, but I scramble to pick the phone back up. Alex, cries Steph, are you okay? I don't have time to answer her. Hello, comes the voice on the other end. Hello? I call out, wincing as I adjust into a sitting position that doesn't send more pain coursing through my lower half. Hello, Elias? Yes? Who is this? He sounds suspicious as hell, already having forgotten my voice since we only just met the other day. I'm Alex. Steph and I visited your shop the other day. Yes, he says with a sigh. What can I do for you? I need you to get to the dam, I say. I can explain when you get here. Now, just a minute, miss, he says, clearly affronted. I don't know how you do it in the city, but out here we don't just go calling up folks and telling them what to do with their time. It's about your son. Silence. Wham! I wince at the sound booming through the air, That one sounded particularly impactful. "Somebody stop him!" cries Clover. That red aura radiating from her now fades into a violet to blend with Jonah's, droning and heavy. I hear the jingling of chains among the clouds, but I can't see them. There are tears streaming down Clover's face. And then finally I hear Elias's voice through the phone. "I don't have a son." Click. "No!" I holler, scrambling to redial. "Please, please, please." Ring. Wham. Ring. Ring. Beep. "No," I whisper, looking down at the phone in disbelief. I look to Steph. I say, tears scrambling my words. He hung up. Why didn't I just explain what was going on? Of course he has no idea this could mean his son's life. I send a text, although there's no way to know if Elias's number is textable or if it's a landline. Knowing Elias, it could be either. And because of me, Jonah Macon might die, and Elias will find out he might have been able to save him. Jonah is in grave danger, trying to destroy the dam. "So what do we do?" asks Steph, but there's already defeat in her voice. She knows as well as I there's nothing we can do from down here. A blue aura forms around her head, and she lowers herself from a crouch to a kneel. "Alex," she whimpers, letting a sob escape. My phone buzzes with a text back. "This number cannot receive text messages." I reach for her, taking her in my arms, squeezing her tight. A tear rolls down my cheek and disappears against Steph's shoulder, and I shut my eyes harder and squeeze her tighter. Wham! "I'm out of ideas," I say, "and Jonah's going to die because of me." "We all might, if I can't stop this." "No," snaps Steph, pulling away and cupping my face in her hands. She leans in, presses her forehead to mine. "Jonah is a grown man making his own choices. His mental health is his responsibility. Don't you dare take the fall for that. You did nothing wrong, Alex. You tried to help hundreds of people through a drought." Wham! Every time he swings that hammer, it feels like it's twisting a knife in my heart. I think back to how Elias looked, staring up at Jonah as he rode through town, just wanting to make a difference. I don't have a son. What could Jonah have done to warrant that kind of hatred from his own father? I think back to how Jonah's smile fell, even as he rode in that flashy red car, and my eyes go wide. I gasp. "Steph," I say, grabbing her gently by the shoulders. "I need my guitar." "But I'll explain later, I promise. It'll all make sense. Hurry." Steph pushes herself to her feet and darts for the car without further question. I look up at Jonah, where I see a huge, looming blotch monster rising up behind him, claws extended overhead, towering over him from behind with hungry teeth as he flips the switch and steps back. Boom! It sounds like a glacier cracking. Something rumbles through the air, a sound like a crackling bowl of cereal. The ground trembles under my feet. After looking to Steph, who looks just as confused as I am, I look back up and, oh my God, there's a crack in the dam wall. A small one, maybe 5 feet down from where Jonah stands. A chunk of rock the size of a loaf of bread breaks away and falls, tumbling down the side until it plunges into the dark river water below. "He's really gonna break the dam!" shrieks a teenage girl just a few dozen feet ahead of us. "He thinks he's taking on his fears," I whisper to myself, as that colossal beast behind him grows larger still, teeth dripping with purple drool as it leans even more closely over Jonah. But this isn't the way. As it fully sinks in that Jonah is going to bring this thing down, I do the only thing I can think to do, to get everybody to safety. Everybody run! I holler. Get in your cars! Steph follows. And suddenly, from where I sit in the grass, hundreds of people turn and run at me. No, 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 I mutter to myself, scrambling to push myself to my feet before I get trampled to death. I turn away from the crowd, raising my good leg up until my foot finds the earth. Oof! Someone hits me square in the shoulder, knocking me forward. I turn to look up, but someone else's foot swipes my chin. Pain explodes through my face, and I'm down again. I blink my eyes open, and everything seems blurry except for a neon purple glow zipping across the sky. All I can see, all around me as people run overhead, is fear. I do the only thing I can do. I curl up into the tiniest ball I can curl into, and I listen to the thundering footsteps around me as everyone sprints back to their cars before this whole place takes on way more water than anyone dreamed of.
Talk about talk about bringing down the house with Jonah bringing down the dam. But that is the correct response of let's get the fuck out of here, jump in your cars, and get the fuck out before you wind up getting flooded. So that is, well, most likely killed and drowned by the dam bursting. Anywho, oh boy. Let's see how this is all gonna work out here.
Yes, Barbazal will have water, but at what cost? When the footsteps fade in my ears and I can hear Jonah again, wham! I look up to the top of the dam where Jonah's monster is still hovering. He's taking the sledgehammer to the concrete now. I got you, comes Steph's voice, and suddenly, before me, she holds out my guitar. I smile, finding new strength, and she helps me to my feet. What are you planning, Alex? I'll show you, I croak, my voice hoarse and weathered from, well, everything. I lift my guitar over my head and lower it until the strap settles over my left shoulder. My fingers find their home, their familiar place along the fret, and Steph reaches into her pocket and pulls out a pick. Thought you might need it, she grins. No way. How does Steph think of these things? I give her a grateful smile, take the pick, and find the note I want. You know me too well, I say. I kinda like you, she says again, stepping back with a gesture that says, well. I pick softly at first, gingerly testing out the tune. It's only Steph and me out here now, besides the occasional wham. I pluck string after string, and when my eyes find Steph's, hers are huge. Why does that sound familiar? She asks. I know I've heard that tune, like, recently. I keep picking, a steady handle on the tune now. Music box, I say, playing the tune like I've known it all my life. Bless my ability to play by ear. Oh yeah, she marvels. Wow, you picked that up fast. Why are you... I study her as she connects the dots. Are you gonna play that for Jonah? Maybe if that song meant something to Elias, it'll mean something to Jonah, I sigh. If I can't get Jonah to come down, maybe I can bring Elias up. I keep playing, my fingers finding their rhythm and memorizing where to fall over the strings, feeling little notes of joy, plink, plink, plinking from the strings. An A chord releases a bright red burst of vapor, and a D releases yellow to follow. A purple G, and then an F, launches a blast of blue into the air. Finally, I land back at a D chord, which raises up a golden yellow cloud all around me. The tune sinks into my hands and into my blood, as I let my fingers play among the strings. And then I step forward. No, Alex, whispers Steph, cradling my arm. Let me help you. I can't play if you're holding me, Steph. I really do have to do this one alone. She looks at me with huge, searching eyes, looking for some kind of excuse, a reason to keep me from walking on my leg like I'm about to. Wham! But she understands the stakes as well as I do, and hesitantly, sadly, she clasps her hands together and takes a step back. I'll be right behind you, she says with a nod, her eyes brimming with tears. I give her a grateful smile. I love you, I want to say. It feels so right to say it, but I don't. I back out like a coward. I know, I say. God damn it. That's not quite what I meant, but there's no time to make it right. I have to do this. I grip my guitar and drag my bad leg along, my fingers moving over the strings, plucking hard enough that the music seems to vibrate in my ears, humming over the grass as I walk, drag, across the open field. Jonah! I holler up to him. God, he's so high up. Maybe 50 feet. I wonder if he can even hear me from down here. Jonah Elias Macon! The sledgehammer swings up over his head again, and it freezes. He stares down at me. What do you want? He asks, his voice faltering now. He lowers the sledgehammer and lets the handle drop at his side. I've done what you've asked. Are you happy? It's all coming down, Alex. There are so many things I want to fire back at him. How dare he insinuate taking down the dam was my idea? I dialed up his fear unfairly, arguably unethically, but I didn't tell him to go climb up the dam and take a sledgehammer to the 100-foot wall beneath him. But I shut my eyes tight, blocking out his accusation, and focus on making my fingers move, sending a rainbow of colors into the air, soothing the angry purple clouds above. A long moment passes. Moment after moment, and I don't hear another wham. Instead, I hear Jonah's voice again. That tune, he says, so softly I almost miss it. How do you know it? I look up at him, eyes narrowed, playing even harder, letting the chords answer for me. He stands staring at me, mouth agape. You've been to see my father? He asks. No one thinks you're a failure, Jonah, I say, which isn't a lie. I've talked to so many people in Barbazal the last few days. Even knowing what you had to do in Denver to get the platform you have, you've made such a huge impact on this place. Look at you. You're willing to do anything to give Barbazal your best, even if it means giving up your life. I keep playing, and as I stare up at him, I see that monster look down at me and send an angry hiss in my direction. I don't need your patronizing, he hollers. Thunder crashes overhead, and the clouds deepen into an even richer purple, glowing neon in the sky. It's just him and me out here, alone in this field by this river that could surge with water from behind the dam at any moment. That 5-foot crack from earlier has grown another 2 feet, and I take a deep breath, steadying myself. I know that if I can't talk Jonah down from there, I'm gone. Steph, I whisper behind me. Go to the car. Alex, now. I hiss bitterly, knowing this might go south. If something happens to me out here, I'll know I did my best for this place. If something happens to you, I'll never forgive myself. She steps forward, a tear rolling down her cheek. She rests her hand on my lower back and slides it around my hip, leaning in and kissing my shoulder.
Then let me forgive you for you, she says softly. But I'm not leaving. Because if something happens to you out here and I left, I'd never forgive myself. I sigh because I know she's right. The only scenario worse than both of us getting killed out here is me going on living without Steph. I can at least grant her that. I give her a nod before turning back to Jonah. He hollers down at me again. You made yourself very fucking clear, Alex. Past the diplomacy and platitudes, there's a real live man under there. And here he is. Unless I do something about this dam, I'm a failure, and everyone knows it. That's not what I said, I yell. Jonah, I'm sorry I made you feel like you're a failure. Like anyone in your life might think you're a failure unless... I confront the root of the problem, stare it in the face holding a can of gasoline, drizzle it all over the top, and light it on fire. Unless you did what I wanted. Crack! What the hell was that? Jonah's let go of the sledgehammer, and there's nobody else out here. Most of the spectators watch silently from their cars parked along the side of the highway. I turn to look at Steph, whose eyes are huge and scared like I'm sure mine are. We're out of time. Jonah, get down from there! I holler, my fingers still playing despite everything. Please, if this dam comes down, you're... Going where I can be most useful, he hollers, his voice shattering. Suddenly, I hear another voice behind me, this one warm and rich and raspy. Familiar. You're most useful in Denver. I turn so fast I almost fall over, but Steph is there to catch me under my arm. But it breaks my playing, and my guitar is replaced by the droning, soulful wail of a harmonica. And there, Elias Macon steps forward, cradling the instrument against his mouth and playing with all his heart. The same song from the music box. A far cry from the Elias who just hung up on me. Relief sinks into my chest like a cooling salve, and I let out a sigh. I stare at him, and finally he looks from Jonah to me. His eyes are even, his cheeks full of air, his mouth preoccupied with playing. I give him a nod and force a smile. Whatever he said to me on the phone about not having a son, the point at the end of it all is, he came after all. I look back up to Jonah, who's gone completely silent, his mouth hanging open in shock. Dad? He calls. He asks it with a tone that says both, I can't believe you're here, and I kind of wish you weren't. But Elias doesn't stop playing. He marches forward, past me, past Steph, across the open field. I keep my guitar going, matching Elias's notes, but staying where I am. This conversation is between Elias and Jonah, working man and politician, father and son. Elias plays on. Jonah sits down, legs swinging, even with that 10-foot crack splitting the dam down the middle. Wait, it's 10 feet now? And getting longer. Alex, says Steph, gripping my arm. And then I realize that's not a crack in the rock. That's a water trickle. Alex, we have to go, she urges, pulling me. Steph, I say, squeezing her hand. Go. She stares at me for a long moment, her face a few shades paler. What? Go meet Harson. Play your drums. Rock the place. I know you can. Alex, what the hell am I supposed to do without a vocalist and a guitarist and... Crack. A force rattles the ground beneath us, and Steph gasps. We look at each other, then we look up at the dam.
That 7-foot crack is now 15 feet tall, and that trickle is now a spout.
You think y'all might wanna, I don't know, leave before the dam starts saying fuck everybody and breaks? Just, just saying. If cracks and water is coming out, then you might wanna get the fuck out.
The dam's gonna go! Hollers one of the remaining spectators from their car. I squeeze Steph's hand. I'll be okay, I say. She furrows her brow. What the hell am I supposed to do without my girlfriend? She asks, getting to the root of it all. I'm not going without you. Stop asking me to. I want you to live the life you want. And I want you to stop living your life for other people, she screams. You tried to do it for Gabe, and Ryan had to save you. And if I have to drag you away from this dam to keep you from doing the same thing for Jonah Macon, then so help me, I will. Jonah, calls Elias's voice, finally. But it's not the voice of an angry man or an enraged father. I know that voice. It's that of a desperate man. Quit playing around and get your hoity-toity ass down from there. Okay, now he's angry. But just as the warm moment sinks in, crack, whoosh. That spout is now a slightly bigger spout, oozing over the side of the dam wall. I'm doing it, Dad, comes Jonah's voice as he lifts the sledgehammer over his head. I'm doing what's right for Barbazal. Wham! My gasp catches in my throat as the hammer comes down right where that crack meets Jonah's feet, wondering how many more whacks before the whole thing comes down, and Jonah with it. I pluck on as Elias pockets the harmonica and cups his hands around his mouth. I don't give a damn what's right for Barbazal if... He hesitates. If it takes away my only son. I didn't even believe the tone of that, and I'm new to both Elias and Jonah. Jonah lets out a mocking, "Huh," and wipes his forehead. You want me dead. You all do. Don't lie to me. He raises the sledgehammer again. Whack. I don't, hollers Elias. I know I've said some things in the past. Whack. I know I've made mistakes. I know I've hurt you real bad. Whack. Elias's tone dials up to 11, and a huge purple aura around his head flares into a blue supernova, radiating in all directions, fizzy, almost like soda, nostalgic. But do you really want to die on me? He screams, his voice echoing through this vast flat land. Please, Jonah, come down and let's talk about this. I'll do whatever you want. His voice crumples into sobs. I'll do whatever you want. I'll say whatever you want. Don't take my boy away from me. I'm sorry. Jonah, sledgehammer raised above his head, stops. The whole world seems to stand still. And slowly, surely, as the water hisses through the wall of the dam, Jonah Macon lowers his sledgehammer to his side. You... what? He asks. I'm sorry, Joni, calls Elias. Little Joni Macon. I'm sorry for it all. I'm sorry. That huge monster over Jonah recoils in pain, shrinking just a bit like a slug under a blanket of salt. Tears prick my eyes, and I shut them against the memories surging up in me. My own father, slamming the bedroom door in Gabe's face, throwing a ceramic cup against the kitchen cabinet and shattering it into a million pieces, throwing his sweater down angrily on the sofa and his shoes down the hallway. And then I try to imagine his face looking down at me. Maybe his eyebrows are relaxed this time, his eyes soft, his smile slight but there, saying, "I'm sorry." And I open my eyes because I can't picture it. But I imagine, as he was down there in the mine, pinned behind a mountain of rubble, clinging to the necklace Mom gave me, the one he took with him when he left us for good.
Okay, so we got uh, ads coming in a few seconds. So we'll take a little break. And then we will continue. But yeah, at least Elias's dad showing up didn't completely fuck everything. Surprisingly helped. So, yay. But most likely the dam is going to still break. Because if you do enough damage to it and you make a big enough crack, then eventually the water on the other side is going to do the rest and make it burst. So there is that. So you still might want to, get the fuck out, get away, leave. What we got? About a minute and 30 seconds. About 40 seconds. Alrighty. Let's keep it going.
That maybe, just maybe, he said it. "I'm sorry," calls Elias again. "Now please, come down." That monster over Jonah shrinks just a bit more, writhing now, withering under Elias's words until it vanishes in a puff of purple smoke. And just like that, Jonah, little Joni Macon, steps to the side, takes hold of the safety rail along the steps downward, and disappears behind the dam wall. "Oh my God," exclaims Steph. "Is he coming down?" I ask to Steph, to myself, to no one. And then, out from the other side of the dam emerges Jonah Macon, dragging the sledgehammer behind him. "Dad," says Jonah flatly. Elias says nothing, but I can see his hunched shoulders trembling. He pushes himself forward, looking like he might collapse at any moment, until he meets Jonah and embraces his son so tightly it's like everything between them has been forgotten. "I know I've been a shitty son," says Jonah, burying his face in his father's shoulder. "I abandoned Barbazal when it needed me most. I disappointed you and Mom." "I may have been disappointed," interrupts Elias, "but don't you ever think your mama was disappointed in you. She's looking down on you even now, here. And as for me, I should have been more understanding." A long silence passes until Jonah pulls away and stares down at his father in disbelief. Elias sighs as he continues. "I should have realized how bad you were hurting. I should have seen it, should have recognized it, 'cause I've been feeling the same hurt." "Oh, Dad," Jonah cuts his own sentence short. But he said all he really needs to in those 2 words. He throws his arms around his father's shoulders, and a golden burst of light glows from both of them, melting the purple haze all around us, both of their heads glowing like the sun with joy. The lightning stops, the clouds dissolve, and the blue sky returns. "There's a lot you don't know about me, Dad," explains Jonah. "I'm in a lot of pain, but—" "You wear it well," says Elias. "Or you hide it well, for the cameras. Barbazal doesn't want a leader who can't acknowledge his own feelings." "But Barbazal, hell, Colorado, needs you." I hear Steph gasp softly beside me. "Oh," she says. Jonah smiles like I've never seen him smile. Not here in Barbazal, not in that memory of him riding through the town square grinning down at his supporters, not when he spoke to me by the lake. It's a smile of sheer gratitude. "So," he says, chuckling, "does this mean I have your vote?" Elias extends a hand for a firm handshake. "It means we have a lot to talk about." I smile along with them. Crack. All of us turn back to the dam where that steady flow of water has progressed into a whitewater surge, bursting from the crack down the side. Guys?" asks Steph, ushering me back. "Let's go," says Jonah, hand in the middle of his dad's back as they run to us. I turn as fast as I can and move, the ache in my leg unbearable. Steph, without a word, darts under my arm and heaves me forward across the unforgiving ground. I yelp in pain. "Steph, my leg!" "I know, Alex, I'm sorry. We have to go." Crack, 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 boom, boom, boom. "Oh my God!" Steph and I scream at once. Elias and Jonah climb into Silas's truck up ahead, and I look back even as I hobble as fast as I can. The whole damn wall, once solid concrete, disintegrates before my eyes, melting into nothing as the water explodes through the rock. The sound! It booms in my ear like thunder. My heart races. Our car is a good 100 feet down the highway. We'll never make it. "Steph, the truck!" I scream. Silas is closer, way closer. He leans out the window of the truck, arm extended. Alex! Steph! Get in! He calls. I glance over my shoulder again. The water, a monster behind me, surges forward with such force into the river, spilling over the banks. I feel Steph let go. She leaps up into the truck as fast as a tree frog and immediately starts grabbing for me, tearing at my clothes and limbs to haul me into the truck bed. I don't feel my leg anymore. I don't have time to. I collapse into the truck bed with a thud. I hear tires squeal. I'm propelled to the wall of the truck bed so hard my head spins. Everything goes fuzzy, and Steph's voice turns to jello in my ears. Alex? She calls from far away. Alex, can you hear me? But I can't hear her anymore. I can't hear anything. Everything goes black.
Well, that is certainly all of that adrenaline finally wearing off. And probably all the blood you were losing from your shot leg. That's most likely why you passed out at this point. Uh, but also, at least y'all were all able to leapfrog into the back of Elias's truck and get the fuck out of there while the water comes pouring in. But, like I said, if you cause enough damage to the dam, it's gonna burst at some point, whether you stop hitting it or not. So, kind of a little late to stop the dam from breaking completely at this point. So, maybe if Elias came a little sooner, maybe Jonah would have stopped breaking the dam. But either way, at least father and son reconciled on that one, but not soon enough for the dam not to burst, but you know. Small victories, people, small victories.
18. The hospital. Mom.
Also, we are 2 chapters left, so we're about entering in the home stretch now.
Looks beautiful, I'm sure, under that lid. Under the flowers arranged in a bright red bouquet on top. Under the harsh fluorescent lights she was way too familiar with toward the end of her life. She should have been home with us, doing what she loved. Cooking, reading, laughing with Gabe and me, keeping the family glued together. My strong girl. Your brother, your father, they're going to need you. You have to be strong, she'd said to me, caressing my cheek. I reach up and clutch the necklace, feeling the wetness on my cheeks as I grit my teeth against the pain. I force my eyes open, and there she is again, lying in her hospital bed, frail, her wrists bony, her limbs graying and skeletal. Mom? I whimper, collapsing to my knees and burying my face in her side. I can't do it, I sob, gripping her hospital gown like everything depends on it. If Dad were here, he would tell me to stop crying. Stop bothering her, he'd say. Can't you see she's going through enough? I feel her fingers in my hair, running them through it gently. I remember when you were born, she says. You were bald. Even through the tears, I have to smile at that. Was I? I ask, my voice still fragile. I wipe away my tears as she continues. Yes, she affirms. You were my bald, happy girl, Alex. I wish I could be happy now, I whimper. I know you do, she says, and I wish so too. But you will be. How are you so sure? I ask, looking up at her. I've been tossed from foster home to foster home, and then Haven Springs, and I lost Gabe. And now I might lose Steph. I crumple into sobs once more, and I feel my mom's touch against my shoulder. Steph, what proof do you have that you've lost her? It's my fault we're even here, I practically scream. It's all my fault. Because of you, Barbazal might be able to save its own farming community, she says soothingly. It's enough to quell my crying, enough to listen to her. Because of you, Ethan has somewhere to stay when he visits his uncle, somewhere familiar, somewhere he calls home. You gave up the concert of a lifetime to save a city, she says with a smile and a nod down at me. And I believe it's going to pay off. Pay off? I ask. But when I look up, she's gone. The blanket she was under falls limp in my arms, and I shut my eyes tight. Alex? Comes Steph's voice. My eyes shoot open again, and suddenly I'm the one lying in a hospital bed, looking over at her. She has her hand on my thigh, slides it to my fingers, and squeezes them with a hesitant smile. How are you feeling? She asks. I begin, the memory of everything sinking in. Barbazal, Mayor Biggs, Clover, Opal, Jonah, Elias. Oh my God, the dam! Holy shit! I exclaim. Yup, she's back, smirks Steph, glancing across the room at Clover, who's sitting comfortably in an armchair with her arms folded. I'll say, she shoots back. Steph, I say, what happened? Is everyone okay? Where's Jonah? And Elias? And everyone's okay, she says. I stare at her in disbelief, remembering the surge of water barreling toward us as we hauled ourselves into the back of Silas's truck. No way. Everyone? I ask. Yes, she says, but her eyes drift away to Clover for a split second. There's something she's not telling me. Steph, just say it. What is it? I won't be mad. Promise. What the hell would I have a right to be mad about here anyway? Mad that I forgot to refill the oil? Mad that I decided to stay an extra night in Barbazal so I could talk to Jonah Macon? Mad that I chose to manipulate him into believing everyone around him would think he was a failure unless he did as I said? Holy shit, I really am a monster. So no, I'm not mad. Whatever Steph has to tell me, I'm ready. I nod at her, and she gives Clover one last glance for confirmation before she takes a deep breath and squeezes my hands. Alex, she says, unable to look at me anymore. She stares down at the folds of my hospital blanket. We lost the car. It sinks in waves. And then in literal waves. Huge blue fabric swathes the room, malleable and evolving, cool on my face, dissolving into a fine mist around us, hard to explain and impossible to define. What? We lost the car, she says again, louder this time, looking up at me now as I take it in. The dam flooded the valley. Everything flooded, the whole town. We made it to Silas's truck. She shakes her head, but our car was parked too close. The pain of losing the car hits me square in the chest, as it was new to us, and now I'll have to buy a new one somehow. With what money, I have no idea. And then I realize something else, something far more painful. My entire world shatters, and I muster two words I hope to never say again. My guitar? Steph goes quiet, staring at the blanket again. Oh my God, your drum kit, Steph! She shuts her eyes as I say it, as if the mere words declaring it hurt her all over again.
I knew we had to climb into Silas's truck, she says, her voice shaky. But I also knew what we were giving up.
She sniffs and lets the silence sink into this room. I feel determination well up in my throat. Steph, maybe the venue has guitars and drums, you know? Maybe Harson has.
Our show was 9 hours ago, Alex.
She cuts in before I can dream further and inflict more pain.
We missed it. Completely. But your surgery went well, and that's all that matters, really. They even said since the bullet missed tendons and shit, you should only need a few weeks of physical therapy. This girl really is incredible. I feel tears begin to well up in my eyes, and my jaw stings from holding them back. I'm sorry, Steph. I plead for her not to be mad at me. I'm sorry for everything. I really am.
Don't be, she says, pushing herself to her feet.
Really, Alex, it's okay. If a whole town gets their livelihood back, then hell yeah, I'd give up my drums for that. I can't think of anything more punk rock.
Steph, I offer one final time, my voice a squeak. We can't just give up, okay? I won't give up. I can't just leave this here.
Too late,
she says, gesturing to my leg, which I now notice is elevated in a huge white cast in a sling hanging from the ceiling.
You're in post-op recovery, darling.
Don't tell me you've already picked up a Barbazalian accent, I say with an eye roll.
Barbazalese,
corrects Clover.
Really?
Steph and I ask in unison.
Clover shrugs. Sounds better, doesn't it?
No, say Steph and I.
Y'all an old married couple and didn't tell me?
She asks with a grin.
I refuse to look Steph in the eye in this moment, or I might blush so hard my cheeks will fly into space.
Knock, knock, knock. I look to the door, then I look to Steph, then to Clover. We're all equally confused about who it could be, but just as Clover sets her phone down and begins to push herself to her feet, the door squeaks open, and in steps.
Oh, my land,
Clover gasps.
Jonah? What are you?
He steps into the room gingerly, respectfully, nodding at me before closing the door behind him. His hair is slightly messier than usual, frizzy, like that of someone who went for a run and then spent several minutes swinging a sledgehammer over his head. But this time, instead of a sledgehammer, his hand is wrapped gently around a huge bouquet of flowers, purple and gold lilies bursting with color, fear and joy. Clover's eyes go huge, and she looks like she wants to run, hide, and slap Jonah all at the same time.
I like how she says several minutes. Swinging a sledgehammer to the dam. It was like, I think it was more than just several minutes, Alex. He was probably doing that for like a half hour, an hour, or something. Also, if we're taking the actual like audiobook time, probably about an hour maybe.
Miss Chen,
he says and nods at me.
How are you feeling?
Great, I say, and I mean it. My leg aches a little in this cast, but I'm sure they've got me so numbed up that I won't feel any real pain for a long time. With the pleasantries out of the way, Clover dives into a question she's clearly been wanting to blurt out since Jonah walked in.
What the hell are you doing here?
Clover, he says, stepping forward, letting the door shut behind him and taking her hand in one of his. He pulls it up to his face and kisses it.
I'm sorry.
She rolls her eyes and yanks her hand away.
No, really, I am.
For the spectacle that you pulled? For the hell you raised today? For embarrassing our family the way you did? She thunders. You've got a lot of nerve showing your face around here, Jonah. She folds her arms and turns her back to him to stare out the window. She huffs out a deep sigh and shakes her head, fury flashing in her eyes. A red bloom envelops the room and freezes around everything, slowing it down to an unnatural speed, like artificially turning down the speed on a record player. It's stifling, stubborn, firmly immovable, the air thick like smoke. Clover, continues Jonah. I'm sorry for everything. For lying to you, for keeping the truth about the dam from you, for trying to fix what I did to Barbazal by doing what I did today. Yeah, speaking of, interjects Steph, shouldn't you be, in jail for destroying public property? Jonah clears his throat sheepishly. There's a squad car outside for me right now, he admits. Oh, says Steph, glancing at me. Great. Sorry. It's only fair. He smiles sadly, turning back to Clover, who hasn't moved from the window. Anyway, I came to apologize, and I know you don't owe me forgiveness. You can hate me for the rest of your life if you want, but... His voice is pained, even, but pained. The aura over his head blooms bright purple. If you'll have me. And then, amidst mine and Steph's gasps of absolute what the fuck is he doing, he lowers himself to one knee and goes fishing around in his pocket. Clover, I whisper. What? She fires back at me, glaring at me with fire in her eyes. I nod at Jonah, and she rolls her eyes and turns around, and the rage melts from her face. That red aura remains, but her hands fly to her mouth in shock. Jonah Macon, you get up from the floor right now, she whispers, shaking her head frantically. Clover Wisteria Biggs, he says, setting the flowers on the hospital floor next to him. Steph takes my hand in hers, and we both exchange a glance like, I don't know what to think of this, but holy shit, this is wild. Jonah takes the box in his hands and pulls the lid up to reveal the shiniest diamond ring I've ever seen. It sparkles even in the fluorescent light, and I just know it was worth a fortune. I love you, Clover, he says, his voice shaky and unsure, as it should be, given how he lied to her about a massive scheme to send the town of their childhood's entire economy careening into a valley-wide drought in favor of appeasing Denver to keep his political platform. But he continues. I know. I haven't been honest with you.
I like how she just laid out the entire plot up until this point. Also, yay marriage. Except, you're kind of going to jail, so I guess it's a matter of fuck it, do it now before they haul me off to jail. Also, Steph is, proving even more about the about my status of her being a ride or die, because especially going through all of this shit so far and sticking around, she's definitely proving that over and over again. Also, the very obvious not able to make the performance, which even if you didn't pass out, Alex, you're most likely were gonna miss that anyway because you got shot in the leg. So kind of didn't matter at this point. You were gonna miss it regardless.
I was so afraid to lose you. I was afraid of what you'd think if you knew. Well, she says, tightening her folded arms even more. Now you know. He sighs, staring at the ground between them, and nods. I know. And I don't know if you can ever forgive me. But there's never been a right time to ask, with how much I've been on the road, and now that everything I've ever known is uncertain, I realize there's only one thing I do know, Clover Biggs, and that's... He pauses, looks up at her, and I realize there are tears in his eyes. That I want to spend the rest of my life with you. A long, painful silence begins, and I watch Clover's fingers tighten around her forearms, and her lips purse, and her eyes narrow. You tried to kill yourself earlier today, Jonah Macon, she says, and you could have killed 400 more. Explain that. I know, he offers with a hefty sigh. A tear falls loose and rolls down his cheek. He's still holding up the box with the ring, but he lowers it just a bit, resting it on his knee. I thought you would be better off without me. Both of you. His eyes dart from Clover's face to her middle, and her eyes soften at that. And when she wipes at her eyes, I see she's been holding back tears too. We both need you, Jonah, she says, her voice softer than I've ever heard it. But I can't be with you. I suppress a gasp, and I feel Steph squeeze my hand silently. I feel her flinch, and I wonder who she's rooting for here. I wonder who I'm rooting for here. Jonah made some decisions today, sure, but were they all his? If Clover knew the extent of the hand I had in this, maybe. It turns out I don't have to worry about that. I can't be with you like this, she finishes, her voice rattling into weeping. You need help. I'm going to get help, he promises, nodding. He shuffles forward on his knees, reaching out his hands to hers, taking them and kissing her fingers. I'm getting help. My assistant sent me a list of therapists. I'm gonna pick one tonight, make an appointment for as soon as they'll let me, and I'll be there. Clover stares down at him, pity in her eyes, silent. And even, he continues, even if the answer today is no, his voice is breaking, I'll prove it to you, that you can be with me, that you're safe with me, that you can trust me. I'll do anything to get that back. Jonah, don't give up on me, Clover, he urges. Please. Clover glances at me and then at Steph, and we both stare back blankly. The hell do I say here? A purple aura over Jonah's head, a purple aura over Clover's. I look between them, searching for words, and a single squeeze on my arm from Steph, and one look into her eyes tells me everything I should have realized before. Nothing. That's what I say here. This is their conversation, Clover and Jonah. They both have a lot to work through, and that work should start today. The answer today, she says with a shake of her head, is no. Steph and I let out twin sighs. I don't know about Steph's, but mine is of sheer relief that a decision was made here. Jonah's shoulders fall and his hands drop. The box gets closed and slid back into his pocket. He sniffs. I understand, he admits, true to his word. But, says Clover, I will give you another chance, Jonah Macon. If you get out there on that stand and apologize for what you've done. Done, he says without hesitation. And take your father to at least one therapy session with you. After a long moment, Jonah nods and sighs. Done. And, continues Clover, damn, she isn't done? How many demands can she think of to... She nods at us. Charter these two a car. What? Asks Steph. letting go of my hand to cup her own cheeks. For real? I ask, shifting my weight in the bed before remembering my leg. I wince against the pain shooting up into my hip. Oh, and one more thing, continues Clover. Cover Alex's medical bill, please. Poor girl wouldn't be here this long if it weren't for your dam. Jonah looks up at me, pushes himself to his feet, and nods determinedly. Send me whatever bills you receive for your surgery from Strathmore Good Samaritan, Alex, and I'll cover the cost. You have my word. And I'll have Daphne send a car tonight. Steph and I exchange a glance, at first out of sheer glee that we're finally fucking getting out of here. But then I follow Steph's gaze to the clock on the wall, which reads 6:05, and my heart sinks. Our show started hours ago. Your show? Asks Jonah. They're musicians, explains Clover, and they lost their instruments in the flood. Jonah looks from Clover to me, and his face turns a shade whiter. I'm so sorry, Alex. It's okay, I say, but I'm surprised by the shakiness of my own voice. Do not cry, Alex. This isn't about you. If there's anyone who deserves an apology, it's Steph, I say. Steph looks to me in surprise. What? I'm so sorry about your drum kit, Steph, I say, squeezing her hand. It was selfish of me to make you stay in Barbazal when we had a show to do. I wanted to go on tour with you, I really did, and... Alex, she interrupts, leaning down and pressing her forehead against mine, giving my hand a squeeze. I'm glad we did this. Really? I can't contain my confusion. You're glad we missed the show. What if we never meet Harson again? I'm glad, interrupts Steph, that if I was going to miss the show of a lifetime, it was to spend time with my girlfriend in the middle of nowhere. I shut my eyes and breathe in, enjoying the scent of her for a moment, and a flood of gratitude overwhelms me. I want to hold her and kiss her, tell her she's mine. Best friend? Nah. Y'all must really love each other to help each other through all this, marvels Clover. I open my eyes to find Steph staring back at me. I search her eyes for some kind of confirmation, an okay, a yes. She smiles. Might as well be just us two in the room, as we reply in unison defiantly. Yes. We both laugh, and she throws her arms around my shoulders. I love you, Steph. She pulls away, and her eyes are wide with awe, her cheeks red. For real? She asks, her voice shaky. I mean, like, those are big words, Alex. Her hand comes up, tucks her hair behind her ear, and shakes her head. She says, staring at the ground. I know how important those words are to her. I take her hands in mine, lean in, and hope my face shows just how much I feel this. I love you, Steph Gingrich. She smiles, her eyes glassy, and something in my chest swells, and I feel like I could fly. She reaches out, cups my face, and pulls me in for a kiss. I drink in the warmth of her, wanting her to know just how much I care about her, how much I want to make her smile. I love you too, she says once the kiss is broken. She presses her forehead against mine and shakes her head. Best friend? Stop, I laugh. More than friends then, she asks, but she says it like a statement. I grin, basking in how right this feels. More than friends. She's warm against me, and I don't want this moment to end, but Jonah clears his throat. You mentioned Harson? Yeah, replies Steph, pulling away to look up at him. Big shot producer who was going to be at the show tonight. We were supposed to play for him, but no instruments, no car, no way to rewind time. Isaac Harson?
Yet again, Steph, that's your cue. Go call, go call Chloe and have Max come over and be like, okay, rewind now. That would be funny and convenient if that actually did happen. uh, Especially if Max's powers actually did work that way. Anywho,
Asks Jonah, stepping forward. I went to grad school with him. We go way back. What? Come Steph and I's voices together. He pulls out his phone. I'll give him a ring. See if he's free to talk. He raises the phone to click through it, and I cannot believe this. All this time, Jonah and Harson have known each other? What are the chances? Oh, he says. Oh shit. Clover's eyebrows knit together in concern. It's nothing, assures Jonah, looking at Steph and me sheepishly. It's just, he called me 8 times already. He clears his throat and raises the phone to his ear, but he quickly yanks it away. Jonah Elias Macon, what the absolute fuck? My eyes fly open, and Steph and I exchange a glance full of stifled giggles. Hey, Isaac, drones Jonah. Listen. No, you listen, hollers Isaac. Jonah rolls his eyes and clicks the speaker button, projecting Isaac's loud-ass voice through this tiny hospital room because might as well. I've been trying to call your ass for the past 12 hours after I heard your ass was standing on top of the Barbazal Dam. What the hell were you thinking? Could have got yourself killed. I never heard such a crazy-ass idea. What the hell were you doing? Mental breakdown, Isaac, cuts in Jonah. To my surprise, silence comes through the phone. You all right now? Asks Isaac, his voice instantly even and full of concern. He sounds like a totally different person with the single revelation that his friend needs help. Jonah nods, then seemingly realizes that Isaac can't hear him through the phone. Yeah, I'm okay now. But, weren't you supposed to be at a show tonight? How'd you... Oh, the fireworks concert, he asks. I couldn't make it knowing some crazy shit was going on with you and Barbazal and that dam. Jonah, what the hell were you thinking? Your daddy could have had a heart attack out there worrying about you. I know, Jonah says. I apologized to him already. You... What, you did? Asks Isaac. Yes, I'll explain later, promise. But I heard 2 musicians were supposed to be joining you tonight. All I can hear in the silence in this room is the sound of my own heart thundering in my chest. Harson sighs. I look at Steph. Steph looks at me. Yes, admits Harson. I saw a video of them playing at a festival over in Haven Springs, and I knew I had to hear them in person. Tried getting a hold of them, but they went dark. When they didn't show for sound check, I figured they no-showed. Well, Jonah smiles, glancing up at me. I have good news. They didn't no-show. They were late, because they were busy saving my life. What? Asks Harson. You heard me, smiles Jonah. Alex talked me down from that dam. Well, he corrects himself. She played me down, really. Alongside Daddy's harmonica. She and Steph are the reason we're speaking again. Harson's voice is low and odd. Well, I'll be damned. Where are they now? So I can personally thank them. Jonah lowers the phone to his chest and raises his eyebrows at me to ask if I want to talk to him, and Steph and I can't nod fast enough. The phone is unsteady in my trembling hands. Hello? Alex? Or Steph? It's Alex, I say, my voice all over the place. Alex Chen, Mr. Harson, sir. You can call me Isaac. What kind of man would I be if I didn't grant you first name basis after you saved my good friend's life? Thank you, I offer, unsure of what the hell else to say. And I'm sorry we missed the Lamplighter Festival. Miss, you could have missed my wedding day, and I'd be glad you did if it meant saving Jonah Macon's life. You and your friend are goddamn heroes in my book. At the mention of that word again, friend, I glance up at Steph before clearing my throat and correcting what I didn't correct earlier. Girlfriend, I say. Oh, he exclaims. Girlfriend! 2 heroes together! Love to see it! I look up at Steph, who's smiling the biggest smile I've ever seen. It almost makes up for how she looked at me yesterday. Thanks, sir, I smile. So, Alex, would you and your girlfriend like to get coffee this week in Barbazal? I'll be in town in a few days, and we can talk about your career in music, and maybe even get you some new instruments. I look to Steph for approval. How could we say no to this? A chance to meet Harson in person about our music careers, and maybe even new instruments? But Steph's face tells a different story. Her smile has fallen just a little, and her eyes wander down to the phone to avoid mine. And then it sinks in. What's really wrong here? Sir, I ask. That's a super kind offer, but we've got to get back on the road. I've kept Steph in Barbazal long enough. After a long pause and a shallow sigh from Harson, I hear the best thing I could have hoped to hear in a million years. How about we rent us a tour bus and y'all can show me your talents on the road? I gasp, giving away how fucking perfect I think that would be. But if that didn't lay all our cards on the table, Steph's squeal definitely does. I'll take that as a yes, he says, chuckling through the phone. Steph reaches forward, wiggling her fingers to ask for the phone. I offer it willingly, and she grips it like her life depends on it. Just say you can accommodate a recovering gunshot wound victim on the road, and you've got yourself a deal, sir. A gunshot wound? It's a long story, comes my voice, Steph's, Jonah's, and even Clover's. We all exchange glances, and I smile at Steph and mouth the words, thank you.
Well, that was definitely convenient with the wrap up here with well, as the story starts wrapping up with Jonah and producer guy being acquainted, and which lends to the fact that he wasn't even at the performance because he was too worried for his friend, and a nice little connection of why they even were in contact with this producer guy uh, before the beginning of the story is their performance at the festival in Haven went viral pretty much, and that's how he uh, knows of them, which is nice because that's also a logical way of explaining, like, oh, how would you even know this? How would this producer guy even know you? And it's like, okay, he saw the video, would be interested in their talent, and then giving them an opportunity to. So that makes makes sense, but definitely very convenient that at the end here. But in any case, hey, it wouldn't be the worst conveniences to happen Certainly not in a Life is Strange thing.
19. The road. Turns out, the bullet went straight through my calf muscle and out the other side, not even making it to the bone, so my recovery is supposed to be quick. Relatively. As quick as a gunshot wound can be, I guess. That first one in Haven Springs was a graze, so it took days. This makes the second time inside of 6 months getting shot in Colorado after living in Portland for 21 years. My trust issues are going to have trust issues, but at least the recovery is shorter than I thought it'd be. I'll be on these crutches for 4 to 6 weeks, I'm told. Good thing I can play the guitar sitting down. I ease into the plush chair in the far corner of the bus and lean my head back. Water, commands Steph, thrusting a bottle at me. I roll my eyes and take it. Jesus Christ, Steph, I just drank a whole one. I'll keep refilling it until you hit your daily 127 ounces. I'm keeping count since I know you'll round down. Thanks, Mom, I say with an eye roll. How are you planning on healing those muscles if you aren't lubricated? Ew. I wince, recapping the bottle. There has to be a better way to say that. It's the body, it's not gross. The body is hella gross, I argue. Steph smirks and folds her arms across her chest in defiance, saying, try me, with her eyebrows.
Hey, Alex, you haven't met Chloe. You shouldn't be going all throwing hellas around. uh, sneaking in the hella reference there. I see. Right at the end, huh?
I breathe out and snort in, pretending to hawk up a fat loogie. Okay, shit, says Steph, holding out her hands for me to stop. Gross or not, your body has some repairs to do, so get to it. She gives me a wink and turns to look at the rest of this place. Can you believe this is our new hotel on wheels for a while? She asks. Not much more than I can believe you're my girlfriend. Her cheeks bloom with red, and a gold aura flares above her head. I can't believe it either, she says, turning and picking up her drumsticks from the nearby windowsill. And I can't believe these babies are mine, or that baby's yours. She turns and nods to my guitar beside me, leaning against the wall. My heart skips. Steph, how did you... I've got connections, she shrugs. What kind of connections? Okay, fine. Looking cool and aloof was fun while it lasted, she concedes. It was a little banged up at the dam site, but Harson knows some repair guys out here who fix it up for you. My idea. I look down, pick it up, feeling its familiar weight in my hands. Good as new, I marvel, feeling tears spring to my eyes. I take the strings in my fingers and begin to pluck, shutting my eyes and letting the hum of the notes seep into my skin, my bones, the whole instrument fresh under my fingers now that the head's been repaired, the strings replaced. I sink into the moment, playing away, letting the notes carry me off into a reprise of the Peaches song. I'm going to Fort Collins with the love of my life and a flashy, newish guitar, and Isaac Harson's eyes on my talents. So, what's missing? I let out a sigh, and I hear Steph's voice in the darkness. Oh, that reminds me, she says. I kinda got you something. Kinda, I ask, opening my eyes to find Steph standing and rummaging through her backpack. Harson helped, she says, pulling out something that fits in the palm of her hand and turning back to me. Close your eyes. I raise an eyebrow. Just do it, okay? She says and laughs. Promise, it'll be worth it. I do as I'm asked and hold out my hands. She places what feels like a deck of cards in my palm, and I feel their edges, all different sizes and shapes. Steph, what? Okay, open them. I look down to find stickers. The top one is peaches? The logo of the weirdest gears is intertwined with a peach sliced in half, like a clockwork peach. It even has the little 1985 guitar logo at the bottom. I haven't seen this logo since. Steph, I say, my cheeks flushing hot. Did you save this from my guitar case? I wish, she says, folding her arms. The guitar case was totally gone. But some guy in Atlanta, Georgia, happened to be selling a Weirdest Gears sticker from their concert in 1985, so I had it overnighted. My eyes well up, and I'm instantly back in my room, listening to Peaches, drowning in the music while my family drowned in their own rage next door. Thank you, Steph, I say. And then I remember there's more. I look through the stack. Every single sticker is there. The toils, gastro whale, wooden arthropods, questions in her. Steph, how did you find all of these? I ask in total awe. Harson helped, she says, shrugging. But you had to remember my case. You had to remember every single sticker on there. How did you? I kinda like you, she says, and shrugs again. I push myself to my feet, despite her protests, and throw my arms around her. Thank you, I croak. She embraces me back, and then she pulls away, takes my face in hers, and leans in. The kiss lingers, and I never want this moment to end. I want to stand here forever with her, right here in the middle of this tour bus, just outside Barbazal. I squeeze her tight, basking in the feeling of her lips against mine, and I wonder where this might lead until comes a voice from the door. Steph and I both jump and look over to see Clover leaning against the doorframe. Don't mean to interrupt, she says, smirking with a raised eyebrow. Just wanted to say goodbye before y'all set off into the sunset, and also apologize for, misjudging you at first. Steph and I exchange a grin, mutually agreeing here. I'd say helping us escape a massive flooding incident makes up for it, says Steph. Maybe just don't do it again. Deal, says Clover. So, continues Steph, what's your plan, Clover? Not sure yet, she sighs. Jonah and I are sticking together, for now, till he gets some help. We'll probably settle down in Denver for a while. Maybe I'll see y'all around, if you wanna, hang out. Sounds like a plan, says Steph. Relief washes over Clover's face at that. She looks at me. You've been out for a while. Did you hear? Maisie won the election. I shouldn't be this disappointed. If you're going to destroy public property with a sledgehammer while trying to win an election, I figure you know what you're throwing away. No, I didn't, I say truthfully. I haven't had time to think about it. Clover shrugs, and then a laugh escapes her. Guess crazy Maisie didn't end up being the crazy one after all, she continues, her smile fading to make way for a blank stare, lost deep in thought. For the best, I guess. Jonah, he needs help. Silence hangs in the room, because what do Steph and I say to that? She's absolutely right that Jonah needs help, but it's definitely not for the best. I don't want to think about all the legislation that might pass, thanks to her. All the bad health care, all the lack of health care, the straight-up attacks on women's rights. Has it all been worth it to save Barbazal? I guess that's a battle we can keep fighting. I would do it all again. Maisie is tomorrow's battle. So, she continues before she can reveal too much emotion. Y'all heading straight to Fort Collins? Or are you gonna stop anywhere on the way? Is there Stuff to do on the way? I ask. I honestly have no idea what's out there, but I don't particularly care. I squeeze Steph's hand. Sure, shrugs Clover. Millersboro's about an hour north of here. You know, I say, turning to Steph again, Millersboro would be a great town name for a LARP. I look up at Steph, and her smile curves to match the smile in her eyes. What's a LARP? Asks Clover. Steph grins at me before turning to Clover. Keep hanging with us, and you'll find out. I would, but I've got. She reaches up to rest a hand over her belly. Preoccupations. Yeah, she's right. I smile. Steph nods. Clover turns to leave. Once she's shut the door behind her, Steph and I both breathe a sigh. Looks like it's just us, Steph says, nudging me. Again. I reach over, take her hand in mine, and draw her to me. I look into her eyes, deeply gazing at who she really is. I love you, Steph Gingrich, I say. She leans in and kisses me. When she pulls away, she presses her forehead to mine. I'll go anywhere with you. Road trip pals for life? I ask. She nods. And all their associated benefits. This concludes the reading of Life is Strange, Heatwaves by Brittany Morris. Copyright 2015.
Okay, so nice little reference to end on with the hand in marriage thing during the LARP. If you if you went with the down the Steph romance route, because that's the only way you're getting that added that added dialogue choice to happen during the LARP when you're with witch Steph trying to buy the jewel and stuff. But nice little thing to go out on. Also, right at the end, making teasing me with a good time at the end is also with a LARP is not great. But let me do the little wrap up here because there is a little bit of acknowledgement to do for the author here. So, Brittany writes here at the end. Uh, Before I got my start in game development, I dreamed of telling a Life is Strange story. It was a pipe dream to return to the world of Max, Chloe, Sean, Daniel, Alex, Steph, and Ryan. Not as a player, but as a writer. And with Heatwaves, I got to do that. So, first and foremost, thank you to Life is Strange fans everywhere for making this fan community as colorful and passionate as as you have. Thank you for your choices, your theories, and your hottest takes. I hope I've done right by you with this next installment of the Alex and Steph saga. Uh, Obviously, uh, thank yous to Titan Books, uh, and a wonderful thank you to Square Enix, who uh, generously left Alex and Steph's story in my hands for a while. Thank you for your trust and your faith. Is that it? Yep. Pretty short and sweet on this one. You know, aside from like all of the um, named acknowledgments that she writes in here with all the personal like people, but in any case, that's her little parting message there. Ooh, careful, Alex, don't fall. Um, but anyway, that was a nice little parting message by Brittany Morris there. But um, definitely, if we're just comparing, the novels themselves, definitely out of these two, Steph's story is definitely um a lot more of my favorite out of the two, mainly because besides Steph being the main character of the story, um there was also a lot more personal stuff going on as far as with Steph herself, and then you had the very nice weaved in cameos from the high seas, from Max and Chloe. So it was a lot. It kind of brought in like different aspects from the various other Life is Strange media. This one was way more isolated and more definitely got a little bit more like actiony with the whole breaking the dam flooding the area, getting chased through the woods and getting shot at, and actually in Alex's case getting actually shot with the bullet going right through her leg. Uh, Thankfully not hitting anything important, so that was very convenient on that one. Um, but yeah, it was a pretty short enough story, especially compared to the Steph Story novel. The Steph Story novel was definitely longer than this, but still a fun enough story. Originally, the political angle that the story went in was a little bit of a hesitation, but they were able to work. Brittany was able to work with it a lot better since they focused in and kind of explain the political aspect of why it's there and why it's a part of the story, as opposed to it just being there and not really having anything to really do with the story. The new characters were fine, uh, which is good because it all tied into the political aspect that was going on in the story. So at the very least, the new characters fine enough uh, to get to move the story along and get the and make the story a little bit more, well, more entertaining, because you would hope that if you're going to introduce new characters, that at least the new characters are well enough, especially with Alex and Steph there, that they could at least be well enough that they could all like bounce off of each other well and make it feel a lot more natural, as opposed to, just being like insanely awkward and not really having good chemistry or anything with all the characters around. But thankfully, at the very least, at least Alex and Steph's chemistry throughout the story was still um pretty much as strong as it was in True Colors itself anyway. Which, since they're the main characters, if they were not written well enough and their chemistry wasn't there, especially when they're supposed to be a couple by this point throughout the story, then that was certainly going to fall apart at that point. So at the very least, everything kind of fit together well enough. Also, real quick, let's let me see. Okay, good. Let's take a little bit of a preview of what we're going to tackle next time, because I actually do have a little bit of a little trailer. So let's boop. Oop, nope, that is not it. Yep, there you go. Oop, that kind of gave that a... Oh well. Yep, there you go. Well, there you go. So we will be tackling Steph and Alex one more time. This time in comic form, with Life is Strange Forget Me Not, which is definitely gonna be a fun little ride. Also, it is only one book. It's a little mini series, so it's nowhere near as long as the main comic. But Also being drawn by Claudia Leonardi again, so the artwork is going to be consistent. Also a new writer, Zoe Tharagood, so we'll see how well she writes this little story. But with that being said, um, as always, I've been JR. This has been Alex. And I will catch you all then in the next one. Later, everybody.